views expressed on Talk Real Solutions, hosted by Tyrone Thompson at talkrealsolutions.com, are the views of Tyrone Thompson and do not reflect the views of talkrealsolutions.com, YouTube, or etc. The content here belongs to Talk Real Solutions and its many contributors. Views and opinions expressed by all contributors belong to them and not talkrealsolutions.com or Tyrone Thompson, the host, or etc. All data and information provided on the site is for informational purposes only. Talk Real Solutions makes no representations as to accuracy, completeness, correctness, suitability, or validity of any information on this site and will not be liable for any errors, omissions, or delays in this information or any losses, injuries, or damages arising from its display or use. All information is provided on an as-is basis.
All right. Welcome to the show. This is Talk Real Solutions, and I am your host tonight. Today is July the 23rd, 2026. And if you guys want to call in to the show, just like I do every week, I invite you to call in and have a conversation about the subject at hand or whatever topic you think that, you can have without being too disruptive. The number is 717-908-1834. The access code is 642794. All you gotta do is dial those numbers and hit the code and I'll get you in. And if you want to call in while I'm talking, you can. I don't mind. Stop talking, because I really don't have shit literally to talk about. And I invite people to just call in and share their opinions if you want to have your conversation. But you know me, for some reason, all of these years I've been able to ramble on. I amaze myself every time. I've been able to ramble on with no subject for about an hour, talking. I don't know what the fuck I'd be talking about, but I think it's important. Whatever the hell be on my mind, I guess that be what I be thinking about that week, and I just ramble. So I'm saying that to say it don't matter if you call in or not while I'm talking. I don't have no structured dialogue. I don't write down any notes or anything like that, and I don't have any information in particular to put out there. So if you want to call in, I'm good with that. That's all I'm saying. What's up, East Coast? And welcome to the show, man. I guess I'll just start off like I do every week lately and talking about me and how magnificent I am. Now, let me stop. Listen, I am on this weight loss path, and I think I'm being successful at it again. I'm down to 176 today, and I was very proud of that. These past couple of weeks, I guess about 3 weeks or so, you run into these plateaus. I started at 210, and I get down to 179 and I stay there for fucking ever. And then I got down to 177. I'm just leaving that when I was there forever. I'm like, Jesus Christ. And I'm eating all of these damn supposedly correct methods of eating. I'm not saying I'm eating the correct foods, because what the fuck is a correct food? I know we got all these philosophies about what's healthy and what's not healthy, but I don't really. You have to listen to that sometimes, because the damn apple is more healthy than a piece of goddamn candy or chip. So that's a true thing. But then people get all into the weeds with it about potatoes and rice and GMO and all of this kind of shit, and that's when I'm like, all right, what the fuck ever, So I choose I ain't gonna say I choose a diet, but I choose like a method to follow. When I was losing weight before, I use the carnivore method. Now I was really strict on that thing, and I seen a lot of um, results on the carnivore diet. I was eating straight meat, fat, and grease, and bacon and butter. You know, and that's what I was doing before, and it worked. I was surprised that it worked. So in the that's a type of diet where you see people take it to the extreme, to where they're eating fucking raw fucking meat and all that kind of shit. That won't my deal, you know. That won't my deal. I couldn't take it that far, but I could eat fish, chicken, turkey, that type of stuff, and bacon and fat back and whatever meat I decided to eat. That's what the hell I ate, and steak, and it worked. But this time, I told myself I was going to do carnivore, but I just can't be that strict no more. So I'm more like on a low carb type of diet now, to where I minimize the carbs that I eat, and I try to eat a lot of protein. So I don't know if that diet's got a name. I think that might be similar to the keto or the Atkins diet. I think that's the, but I don't put a name to it. I just use this app called MyFitnessPal, and I count my carbs, I count my proteins, I count my fats, and I put it in the app, and it tells me what how much of that micronutrient that I should have for the day, and I'm not hungry. So that's the whole thing with losing weight, and that's how people fall off, is that you go on these diets and all that kind of stuff, but whenever your brain tells you that you want to eat something, then damn it, there ain't nothing in this world gonna stop you from eating it. It just ain't. So the way that people like me find shortcuts around that is you go ahead and fool yourself up with protein, right? And you don't get that hunger no more. Now initially, it's hard because you're gonna have to kick a habit of eating carbs all the time. You got to kick the habit of eating rice, eating bread, some fruits, whatever's high in carbs. You're gonna have to kick that habit, and your brain gonna be telling you, constantly to eat that item, and you just gonna have to be disciplined enough initially to not eat it, and then just go with your protein, and then eventually, for me, it takes about a week to 2 weeks to not crave like that no more. And I know that from experience. So that's why I say I give myself a time period. You just have to test it for yourself. I know myself a time period. If I can go eat in a certain way for about 2 weeks at the max, then I know I won't crave shit. That's just a proven theory for me. So that's what I know. If I want to do something to my body, if I consistently do it for about 2 weeks, then that's when I notice there's a change kicking in. And I look for that 2 weeks too. And it haven't failed me yet, except for these plateaus. Your weight plateau is something different. So no matter how much I maintain the same pattern and all that kind of stuff, there's something going on in your body to where you're either burning fat, or you're retaining fucking sugar, or your shit is just not doing right. You got water in you, and the scale just don't do right. And I weigh myself too much. I weigh myself every day, and I look for progress every day. And I know I shouldn't. People makes the scale the enemy, but it don't psychologically bother me like it bothers some people. I don't mind, because if I see the scale go up or maintain, I know that if I continue to do it, like I said, about 2 weeks or so, it'll change, But anyway, that's what I've been doing. I haven't been really paying attention to this mad country that we live in. I titled the show "Another Day in Racist America." White people are still murdering black people. There was a story today that I seen where in Wisconsin, and they had the video, the police murdered a black man, execution style, in the street. And I don't know if I can show the video on here, because you know how YouTube is. Sometimes it'll kind of hold on. I'm looking at it now. Yeah, it'll kind of well, this is a news broadcast, so I'll put this over here because they, on the news they stop it right before the violence. So I'll let that play while I talk about what happened in Wisconsin. Um, and before I do, I just want to say that, as I always say, this is nothing new to the black community. What happened today has been going on ever since this country has been created, and it's going to continue to go on until Black America wakes up. What do I mean by that? Some kind of way we're going to have to respond to the genocide of black Americans in America. Right now, psychologically, we're all divided as a community and can't seem to get on the same page when it comes to the response of white Americans genociding black Americans. That should be an easy thing to agree on, but we've been propagandized so much and programmed so much that whenever you see the quote unquote man in uniform, the police officer, the law, committing genocide, then we look at it as justified. So there's no pushback because this KKK member has on a uniform and a badge. But you need to think about who is behind that uniform and badge. And it's easy nowadays to see who those people really are. Because in the days of social media, it has been revealed that numerous police officers in their social media posts support MAGA, post racist messages, share vile, stereotypical images of black people. These are police officers that are on social media sharing how they really feel about black Americans. So that gives you a little insight of who these people are in these uniforms and badges. They're just like the next savage, racist mongrel that has been terrorizing black America since day one. It's the same person. It's the same person. And what I've discovered, and I'm pretty sure other people have too, is that the white savage over the years have figured out that if they legitimize their hate by going to a police academy, getting credentials, they can now go into the street and commit the same type of atrocities towards our communities and not be held accountable. And this is what we're dealing with now. You know, years ago on Talk Real Solutions, when we was on Blog Talk Radio, we did a report on how many of the white supremacists, KKK members, and white extremists has joined these police force and federal organizations. And that's exactly what they've done. I'm not making up shit. America is racist. American white women raise racist white children, and those white children grow up being trained to dislike, be afraid of, and demonize black people. And whenever they're not educated enough to go to college and work in the corporate world, which they go there too, then what's left? Well, you got the police force, you've got social workers, you've got teachers, you've got firemen. The people that basically run the society is fucking racist. Business owners, small business owners, they're racist. And I know that's a hard pill for black people to swallow, because we are such a kind people, and because of that Bible, we want to give everybody the benefit of the doubt and pray for them and hope the best for them and all that kind of stuff. But we got to look at reality. This is a trend that we constantly see happening. And whenever black people are murdered, society at large justifies it because it came from a white person. Look at the case of Nolan Wells, the teen that drowned in Mississippi. Immediately, that sheriff made a video saying that he didn't see anything out of the way with the drowning of Nolan Wells. One of the children's parents, which is a judge, got the group together and said, we're all going to delete our social media accounts. And she made a statement that I've shared with y'all last week about her being in fear for her young children, but did not address the fact that you are deleting your social media accounts. For what reason are you trying to destroy evidence? So what I'm saying is the justification for black death, for black genocide in America, is psychologically accepted by all of us. Now, we feel it a little more because it's a member of our community. But the reason I say it's accepted is because this motherfucker ain't burning down. And that's the only time I'm going to allude to anything like that. But that's the reason that I say it's accepted. Because nothing is getting done about the genocide of black people in this country. Now, sticking on Nolan Wells before I talk about this other guy. Benjamin Crump and the family had a second autopsy done on the body of Nolan Wells. And the findings was interesting. And I'm trying to pull it up. I watched the press conference. And I want to make sure that I get the stuff right. Because it was interesting, because whenever they did the second autopsy, there was bruises found that was unexplained by the first autopsy, and the first autopsy kept body parts, the throat specifically, from being shipped to the second coroner in Washington, D.C. Now, I'm not a forensic scientist. I'm not a police officer. I don't know why, when a family requested that that boy's body be shipped to Washington, D.C., that the complete body wasn't shipped to Washington, D.C. I don't know why the coroner in Mississippi missed the fact that there was subcutaneous bruises at the base of Nolan Wells' skull, why that wasn't in a report. I do not know why the sheriff and other officials in Mississippi, as soon as the boy was found drowned, came out to the public and said there was nothing suspicious about the drowning of Nolan Wells, if he was drowned. There was a whole lot of questions that should have been raised when any dead body is found. You know, and I'm watching people on YouTube and TikTok and all of these different social media platforms that have legitimate questions. Are we just supposed to accept the fact that when a black body wash up on the shore of this beach, that somehow or another he mistakenly got in the water and drowned, especially if he's a swimmer and he can swim? Or if he's washing on to the shore of a beach, he had to be in the ocean on a vessel. And that vessel that passenger was on had a moment where the passenger was there on that vessel, and then a moment when that passenger entered the water. Right? And let's just say that Nolan Wheat, well, this is why I discount this. Let's say he was walking on the beach and somehow or another he went into the water and drowned and off the beach or whatever, but that's unlikely because he was a swimmer. So I'm discounting the fact that somehow or another he stumped his toe and fell into the goddamn water and drowned. I'm saying that somehow or another he was on a vessel and left that vessel at a certain point in time, and then he was in the water. Now, the driver of that vessel and members that was on that boat noticed when he was on the damn boat and when he was not on the goddamn boat. The Mississippi law enforcement, for some reason, excluded that little bit of detail that I just talked about when they came out and said that they don't see anything wrong with the investigation that of Nolan Wells drowning. Immediately, there's other questions that was raised by the autopsy. And here's Reuters, so let me see if I missed anything from Benjamin Crump. It said a private autopsy raises questions about the death of the black teen in Mississippi. A private autopsy of Nolan Wells, a black college football player whose body was found in the ocean near an island in Mississippi coast raised questions about the cause of death. A family lawyer said on Wednesday the pathologist who conducted the private autopsy cannot rule out foul play. So the second autopsy was done, and they can't rule out foul play. I will constantly remind you about these savages. These savages are now hiding a goddamn congressman, a senator, who's most likely fucking dead, and these sick son of a bitches will not allow that man the dignity to have a proper death and a proper funeral because they're fucking savages. I'm telling y'all, Mitch McConnell did. That's just my opinion. But that's how fucking savage they are. The pathologist who conducted the private autopsy cannot rule out foul play without more intervention, said the civil rights lawyer Ben Crump. The private autopsy requested information about Wales' neck and head from an initial autopsy conducted by the Mississippi Examiner. Crump told the press conference during the NAACP's National Convention in Chicago. So whenever they did this press conference, that is what stood out to everybody when Benjamin Crump was going over the autopsy report, and they mentioned that the boy's neck was missing. The internal organs of the neck was missing whenever they transported the body to Washington, D.C. And they highlighted that the back of the head was bruised subcutaneously. Well, subcutaneously is not on the top of the skin. It's a bruise that's up under your skin. And if a proper autopsy was done in Mississippi, then they would have found that out, which it wasn't. Or they did find it out. And we'll talk about that, the possibility that they did find something in Mississippi. I question all, because they possibly could have found something in Mississippi, right? Listen to me. They probably could have found something in Mississippi, realized a crime has been committed. I doubt this. I don't even know why I'm saying this. They probably could have found something in Mississippi, realized a crime has been committed, and Nolan's body is the evidence that they're keeping up under wrap due to an investigation. And the reason that they kept the neck is because it might be an investigation. If you let the public know that you found something, then people are going to start hiding something. You know how they do investigations. I don't know. They keep evidence and do shit with evidence. So that's a situation that I don't think is likely, but you know, you got to think about all sides of the thing. Why would you not report the bruising at the back of the head? And why would you hold on to that specific body part, the neck organs, and not send it off for a second autopsy? So that's a possibility. Wells' body was found fully clothed. Now they corrected this in the autopsy, or somewhere I seen where they corrected and said that his body wasn't fully clothed. But in this report, it's saying his body was fully clothed. He had traveled there on the 4th of July weekend with three white friends who returned to the mainland without him. The death has drawn national attention and concerns that the death of the young black American do not receive adequate scrutiny, which is true. Wells, who played wide receiver in the Southwest Mississippi Community College, was found on the northwestern tip of the Barrier Island along the Gulf of Mexico. They called it the Gulf of Mexico and not the Gulf of America. After he visited with his friends he had known from high school in nearby Ocean Springs, Mississippi. His phone was not found with his body, but one of the friends, but with one of the friends. That whole dynamic there about his phone being with his friend, when I first seen the mother have a meeting, and I don't want to get it wrong, so if I get it wrong, I apologize, but when she spoke, she said that the friend did not reach out to the family and say that we have Nolan's phone. Here is Nolan's phone. She said that she had to use apps and tracking data to trace down the phone. And once she found the location of the phone, she had someone go retrieve the phone. Now, we're talking about the autopsy now, but whenever that was said from the mother, that raises all kinds of questions. If you're Nolan's friend and you know something tragic has happened to Nolan, as a friend, it is your responsibility to contact the family and say, here is his belongings. That's what normally would happen. But the mother had to track down the phone of these so-called friends that Nolan was hanging out with and retrieve the phone via third party. That is fucking suspicious. Why did those savages hang on to the goddamn phone? Why didn't they let the family know that we got Nolan's property? Sorry for your loss. My condolences. It was a terrible thing that happened, but here's his fucking phone. Why didn't that happen? That is, I don't know. I don't have the answers. All we can do is state the facts as we know them now, and that's what the mother said about the method she had to use to retrieve the phone. That is fucking questionable. And then when the mother retrieved the phone and said that she looked up Snapchat, and there's another app called 360, something like that. What is the name of that app? So I don't want to get it wrong. It's an app called 360, and it's a location app. Life 360. It's called Life 360, and it's a location app. And it tracks where you've been, right? So when the mother got the phone, she said that whenever she tried to, and Snapchat does the same thing. I don't know if you guys ever use Snapchat. I've used Snapchat when my grandchildren were staying here. And my grandson needed to be picked up sometimes, and my granddaughter needed to be picked up sometimes. My youngest one ain't old enough to be out by herself, but my grandson was in chorus, and my granddaughter was in band. And whenever they need to be picked up, they would turn on their Snapchat, and it would have an image of where they're at on the map. And I got Snapchat, so I would drive to their fucking location exactly to where the hell they at. And it just tracks you in real time on the Snapchat app. And Life 360 looks like it's the same type of deal, to where it tells you where you're at, and you just drive to that location where that individual is at. So those are the type of apps that the mother was talking about. So whenever she got the Life 360 app and looked at it, she said that she could see where the phone has been, the locations it has been. And when she opened the Snapchat app, the data was deleted. So Snapchat has this feature that after a certain amount of time, the information is automatically deleted, right? And that has to be noted. But when the mother got the phone, it was within that window to where that data should have still been there. So the mother said she got the phone from the third party and was going through trying to see what Nolan was doing, and one app was deleted, the Life 360 app. I guess that's an account that you have to pay for because it's got a pricing program up here. So it's not like Snapchat. Snapchat is basically free. So that data on Life 360 was there, but the Snapchat channel wasn't there. So inconsistency about the location of the phone after Nolan was killed. I'm gonna say he was killed. So why is that? So we've got missing body parts. We've got the so-called friends not returning the property to the family. We've got information missing off of the phone, and we have the friends, the so-called friends, not returning the property. I think I said that already. And we got the second autopsy not being able to rule out foul play. All right. It says Crump said there was between 300 and 400 people on Horn Island at a time, and someone must have seen something. The main question, according to Trump, is the group that traveled with Wells to the island said Wells told them he wanted to stay there with a young woman. When they left that afternoon on the 4th of July, but the young woman said Wells was going back to the boat. Crump also questioned why Wells' cell phone was in the possession of the boys when they left the island. So that was another controversial fact that people were saying. They said the boys are saying that Nolan wanted to stay with this young woman, and the girl said that Nolan went back to the boat. Why do that exist? If the truth was Nolan wanted to stay with the young woman would say, yes, Nolan wanted to stay here with me. Did the boys make that up? Or you can go further. If Nolan's last contact was that young woman, do that young woman know what the fuck happened to Nolan? You see? There's too many questions. There's too many questions. And why are we here? Well, we're here because we live in a racist ass country that don't give a fuck about black deaths. And the racists in Mississippi are trying to cover up the death of a black teen to continue this black genocide in America. And here we have another black death in Madison, Wisconsin, and a police officer's fatal shooting of a man they say had a knife. But if you watch this video, and like I said, I don't think I can play it. You can watch this video of the individual on the ground. Let me see. Hold on. I'll do it like this. And you guys can see what I'm talking about as I describe it. Right here. Okay, they got control of the man. They still have control of the man. You see that? The guy pulls out his fucking gun while the guy is on the ground. If you look in between this guy's legs right here, this officer has drawn his weapon while this person is in the fucking fetal position. Let me make sure that let me slow this down. This is how savage these people are. Yeah, slow it down too goddamn much. The motherfucker ain't moving. Oh, it's moving. Hold on, it's just going slow. Okay, so it stopped. Oh, no, it stopped there because the guy drew his weapon. So let me slow it back down because that was a freeze frame that it was on. So look at him right there on his holster. he has his hand on his holster. The guy is not a threat. They got control of him. Right there, he puts his hand on his holster. The guy's on the ground in the fetal position. One of the officers look like they stomp on him, and the other officer draws his weapon. You can see it there. He draws his fucking weapon to a fucking civilian laying in the goddamn fetal position. And he unloads 3 bullets into this black man. And I think they said either 1 or 2 was in the skull. These are fucking savages. Has no regards for the life of black people. And it is a hobby for them now. Here's another angle. I think it's this guy on the ground down here on his knees. I don't think we're gonna get this. Well, he's on his hands on his holster now. He pulls the goddamn gun. There's the stomp, and you can see right there. This is where he pulls the trigger. This fucking sheriff got up here and justified the murder of this black man. It is a habit in this goddamn country for them to kill black people and then publicly validate their fucking savagery. I don't know if y'all remember the New York murder. Jordan Neely. Jordan Neely was a homeless street performer in New York. And he was on the subway screaming and yelling at people, doing what fucking New Yorkers do, what they see on that goddamn subway every fucking day. I'm not saying it's right. It's probably a nuisance. And that's what it is, a fucking nuisance. And for some reason, Daniel Penny did a rear naked choke on Jordan Neely and murdered him on fucking camera where the whole fucking world could see that white savage beast murder that black man for no motherfucking reason. We seen it. And what did they do? Same thing that they doing now is they're justifying it. And they said it was a reason for this motherfucker to choke Jordan Neely out to death. And Jordan Neely Daniel Penny was even praised by Washington. Yeah, Daniel Penny. I think that he went to Washington, and I think there was a picture of him with J.D. Vance. Let me see. Oh yeah, there's a picture of him with the goddamn president. Look at this shit. This man murdered a goddamn black man. Got cleared of all his goddamn charges. And here he is in the picture with the president and the vice president saying thank you for killing a nigga. This kind of validates everything that I'm saying here about these fucking savages when it comes to black Americans. If I would go out there and murder some goddamn body with a rear naked choke and kill them, they would throw me under the fucking jail. Right? Tamir Rice wasn't doing shit. And within 2 to 3 seconds when the police rolled up on the scene, they killed that baby. The list goes on and on of the genocide of black people in this goddamn country. So now, in Wisconsin, we have another murder. We have another murder. This is PBS. It says police officers fatal shooting of a man with a knife. Royals, Madison, Wisconsin. Protesters burst into a Thursday news conference about the police shooting of the homeless man. Oh man, the guy was homeless. I didn't know that. Taking the microphone from the police officer chief and arguing with some of the attendees who said they wanted to hear more about the investigation. Well, that's a start. So I didn't know this has happened. It sounded like the police was doing their thing, covering up for the police, and you had protesters walking there and take the goddamn microphone. Okay, that's not a good start, but goddamn it, that's something. I ain't never heard that before. I'm glad they're upset. The group of roughly 20 protesters burst into the room at Madison Police Station shortly after Mayor Rhodes Conway and the Common Council President Sabrina Madison identified the man killed by police as Corey Ruiz, a homeless resident. Ruiz was shot and killed on Wednesday after police said he resisted arrest and injured an officer with a knife. The police chief, John Patterson, stepped away from the microphone when the protesters were shouting. One man in the group took his spot on the podium. The event quickly devolved into a shouting match. One protester held a sign, "Corrupt cops deserve to die too," which is actually a fact. That is a fact. If you're a corrupt cop, you murders. If you're a corrupt cop, you fucking lie, you cheat, you steal. You target black people, your ass deserve to die too. Moments earlier, the mayor said that the shooting will be rigorously investigated. It does not matter who you are or what your past is. You should not lose your life as a result of an encounter with a law enforcement officer. Madison, for her part, says Corey could have been my brother because my brother is homeless and he often rides a bike He's a human being. He had family. He has parents who love him, who brought him home, who cared for him. She said, adding that she's struggling with to understand why she even seen in the video of a shooting that have circulated on social media. My first thought is when the officer's walking away, why isn't he walking in cuffs? I'm angry and there's no way around it. You stay angry and y'all get active out there and do whatever y'all need to do. It says police have released few details. The shooting roiled Wisconsin's capital city. Governor Troy Evers calling for transparency and accountability, blah, blah, blah. And Madison community members are gathering Thursday at a memorial. None of the 4 officers who were detaining the man wore a body camera. How the fuck not? That's a fucking lie. I guarantee you they all had body cameras on. But you're not going to see that video from the body camera because they said he had a knife. They said he had a knife. So now we're left with taking the officer's word. Now what could prove that he had a fucking knife? A fucking body camera from 4 fucking officers. That would fucking say, okay, well shit. I don't think he deserved to die that way, but that would prove that what the officer's saying is true. So now all of a sudden you don't have no video. Get the fuck out of here. None of the 4 officers wore body cam, but the passerby is recording the confrontation on the video and accused the officers of overreacting. I thought, holy cow, what could have warranted that? It looked like to me that they had him under control. David Ortiz Winningham, who saw the officers forming and heard the gunshots, said Thursday, even now, knowing about the knife, he did not have to die for it. I agree with you, David. You don't have to bring no fucking gun to a goddamn knife fight. When you got 4 fucking officers there, that made no sense. Y'all had the man subdued. He was on the ground in the fetal position. That's some bullshit. This could have been de-escalated without the losing of life. Well, y'all get the gist of the story. And it proves my point of the genociding of black Americans and the justification from white America about programming people to believe what the fuck they say. Hey, what's up? Who's this unknown caller?
Hello, Tyrone.
Hey, who this? Maze?
Yes.
Hey, what's up? Sound like you got a little echo in the back. I can hear you though.
Oh, but it's open season for because the president said they had immunity if they do stuff like that, and that's they got open season too.
Yeah, that's what they did with Daniel Penny.
And it makes no sense of what we're looking at, but uh, it's something gonna be done about it. Everybody just being quiet still and just watching them do. And with the young man that they in Mississippi, now his mother tracked him with the 360. And my sister had one on her keys, and she can see everywhere they stop, everything they did, from work to home, wherever they're going, in a different state. She know exactly what time they got there and when they did it. And so the mother was the one that did the tracking and the tracking his phone. So what is the? I mean, what are they saying about what she came up with? She saw the investigation herself, I think. And then there's somebody. It's not the end of. They just waiting for Mississippi to tell their lie, and then the truth gonna come out. Because that's what happened with my friend. He was swimming with him, and he didn't come. We have this one, and we never know. We never got the end of what happened. But anyway, it's something I want you to look at. Let's have it on. Adam Schiff today. He did 10 shakes I want Sarge to hear this, and I want him to look at it since he likes to investigate stuff.
Well, he's in the chat room.
Yeah, I wanted to look it up. Adam Schiff speaking of the House, putting it on the books. About 10 checks that this president has made. So you still have to look at $1,000 same check. He been making big bucks off of the American people. And not giving them nothing. That's why I keep saying. But just look at Adam Schiff today, what he did, how he broke it down for you to see. And look at in time. And then we want Forrest to give us a story on it for him to break it out and explain it. And there's another thing. Now you notice when you hear him say the elections are stolen, and everything they're trying to do is to keep people from voting or standing in the way of the people voting. Who's doing it?
Well, the Republicans are.
When you come to stuff going on, it's over on.
Oh, your connection is getting worse. You're breaking up worse now.
Oh well, maybe I have to when I get out on my regular phone.
Were you on the computer?
Yes. And so they're doing it, but it's always somebody else's fault. But they're the ones that are trying to change everything.
Yeah, they're the one cheating. They're the one that's going to jail for voter fraud. They're the one that's getting caught. They're the ones that's cheating, and they know people like Sarge is stupid as hell, and they want Sarge to believe that the Democrats are doing all this.
But Tyrone, the funniest thing about it is these votes in Atlanta. That Giuliani lost his license for it. Something he did in Atlanta, the reason why he lost his license.
Yeah.
So that all that he got on. But I want him to explain what Adam Schiff just showed people today if they were watching and listening. And it's not hard to look it up. The two will be shocked when you see all the different stuff that man is making money off of. And he always talking about immigrants, but he over there doing business with immigrants. That's what I don't understand.
Well, yeah, I mean, there was a story that came out about Trump pardoning people, and this rapper named Bootsy paid some representative for Donald Trump $600,000 for a pardon. Well, just that fact alone, that shows you that Donald Trump is corrupt. That somebody can pay him $600,000 to get pardoned, but unfortunately, for Bootsy, that the people that said that they were going to get in contact with Trump and give him the pardon didn't do it. So that just shows you that whole corruption system of people that is collecting money for Donald Trump and paying people off and all that kind of shit.
Yeah, he's a businessman. You need to see the business he's been doing. But look it up, Tyrone. You have the computer. Adam Schiff today under Congress.
It's in it.
Where he was speaking in the wheel.
It's in it. It's in it.
They do 10 checks, and he said he had more, but he just showed 10 of how this man is making money of the American dollar. It's pitiful. So, look it up and let Source look it up, and he can talk to us about it. That's fine. Why gas prices and everything else is trying to bully people so he can get paid in order for them to get what they want. So with that, you have a nice evening. So I just go and get my phone and call back in, maybe. So you have a good one.
All right. Well, you have a good night, Mace. All right. Well, this administration has pulled, I ain't gonna say a fast one. Well, they're just corrupt, and they've been lying to the American people. He came into the office on a lie, and we're watching them every day steal our money and build up his wealth, his children's wealth, and support pedophiles and criminals, pardon criminals and pedophiles. And here recently, the Tate brothers, I don't know if you guys are aware of them, but they were popular in the manosphere, the red pill, and overseas they've been sex trafficking women allegedly, and sexually assaulting women allegedly, and they've been cozy with the Trump family for a long time. And these are the kind of people that Donald Trump hangs around. These are Donald Trump's friends. We know that he made life easy for Ghislaine Maxwell, a known fucking child abuser and predator. This is a fact. And I don't know what else to say. I mean, there's nothing that these guys can say about their political position that would convince me at all that they've made the correct decision. They can't argue their position. They don't argue their positions. As a matter of fact, whenever you notice either ABC or Sarge call in here, they never talk about what they voted for. They never talk about the win that the Republicans got. They never talk about policies that are getting achieved. They never talk about all of the things that they was promoting before the election. That is not a thing. Now, if the shoe was on the other foot and the Democrats had won, what did we talk about? We talked about green energy. We talked about jobs. We talked about health care for Americans. We talked about lowering the minimum wage. We talked about housing for America. We talked about college student loans. We talked about all the policies that the Democrats was running on, because that's what we were expecting from the winning party. Now, did those things get done? Some did, but not all of them, and that's fine. But when these guys win, they still demonize the other side, and even though they won, they saying that the other side is still the goddamn problem. You fucking won. You won. That's why I don't listen to that shit about Democrats and liberal bullshit. Bitch, you won. You won. So shut the fuck up about a goddamn Democrat. You're in power. You have the Supreme Court. You have the House of Representatives. You have the Senate. And you have the presidency. Shut the fuck up about a goddamn Democrat and govern. That's why I'm frustrated with this goddamn country and this administration right now, because these bitches won and they still complaining about the same dumb shit that they did before the election. The problem is they don't know how to govern, but they know how to be cult fucking members and follow fucking people blindly over a goddamn cliff. That's what you hear when you listen to ABC and Sarge brag about the Republicans, brag about these white savage pieces of shit that is driving America to the god. They done got into a fucking war with a country that should have been easily defeated by the mightiest motherfucking military on the goddamn planet. That's a goddamn fact. They got into a war with a country that has less complicated military equipment than ours, that has less time training than our troops, that do not have the strategic ability to maintain a long-term fucking war. We got into a war with a country that we should not be losing the goddamn war at. But we're losing. We've lost the goddamn war in Iran. The fucking gas prices are fucking sky high because these bitches in Washington started a fucking war, and Iran took advantage of the situation and closed the goddamn Strait of Hormuz. And I heard that the Houthis are closing another goddamn strait, which is going to drive the fucking gas prices up even higher. But these bitches, even though they fucking won, and their party is responsible for everybody in America's life being miserable as fuck right now, can't find a job, can't afford groceries, can't afford fucking housing, can't afford health care, even though you won. Oh, hey, what's up, man?
Oh, you're on a roll, Tyrone.
Oh,
How
well,
you
you can
doing,
go ahead.
King?
What's up? What's up, East Coast?
Well, I just want to add to that what you're talking about with Iran. It's been heard. I've heard over the net. We've launched massive strikes again, and we know that religion is an eye for an eye.
Mm-hmm.
So they're just not going to lay down, and they're hitting places in Jordan. They weren't involved, and they said our consulate, they're telling people to evacuate, and this is ongoing now. So here before, remember when we talked about infantry? They can't send infantry; too many people get killed.
Yeah.
But we can't even protect our people behind the lines.
Listen,
Those
listen.
missile strikes come in and kill them.
Our military is
We
supposed to
can't.
be
Mhm.
air superiority. Our military, our Air Force, we supposed to take over the goddamn skies. We can't do that because the motherfuckers been shooting down our aircraft.
Yeah, blowing them up on the ground.
Yep.
$35 million planes. And so with simple technology, inexpensive, and now we're finding out the Russians are helping them in targeting data, hitting. See, I'm just telling them, I'm just letting you know what I hear, what's reported, that they've hit CIA facilities, and they said, this kind of information is not known. They thinking the Russians are giving this information. So when those strikes came into Jordan, they said that they didn't even have warning. So and Tyrone, we Trump signed off an agreement with Saudi Arabia, said that we can help them with their nuclear industry.
I heard that, and that is the dumbest motherfucking thing ever. You let Saudi
There's
Arabia
more
get a
to it.
goddamn nuclear weapon, the whole fucking planet is going to be on fire.
Well, Trump said it would be good jobs. He advertised it. He was on today talking about a whole bunch of stuff. And yeah, he said that, but they had to agree with, I think they said the Abraham Accords or something, the Saudi, that two-state solution. So
Yeah.
there's a hang up in there. And the president likes to get out there on Truth Social and do policy for there. So he'll have his people working on one thing, and then he may not agree with them, and then he'll just write something up in Truth Social and force their hand.
Yep.
And now, he's talking about obliterating Iran. I thought we were for the Iranian people, but he's talking about wiping them out if they continue to shoot missiles.
Well, how's he gonna do
So,
that?
you know,
How's he gonna wipe them out, East Coast?
Well, he was talking about like wiping them out. I thought I heard the word nuke.
No, that's what I'm
Came down to
asking
that.
you. Is what method would he use to wipe Iran out?
Well,
It would-
that's the only method.
That's the only goddamn method. Now, where the fuck is MAGA?
MAGA?
Where's MAGA? Where's Sarge when this president is threatening to use nuclear weapons on Iran?
If they force it upon us. And like you said, the Houthis are hitting oil, Saudi oil tankers, gas went from 65, 85. Now they say it's upwards. It's going to be $100 a barrel.
That's crazy.
And just like Mama's boy said, the sweet crude, we got to ship overseas. That's what we hear, but our refineries only handle that rough stuff that we commandeered Venezuela for.
Yeah, we can't do shit with the oil we get out of the ground over here, cause we don't have no refineries. We can't do shit.
And then they said the refineries are not even owned by us. America's been for sale for a long time.
Yeah.
Look at things, and then just poor policy. You look at all of our policies. Today they signed a bill saying that they can't stock trade anymore. But guess what? In the Congress, Mini Mike, the president and the vice president and their families are exempt. That's in the bill. That's now being put up to the Senate.
Mm.
Now, what kind of stuff is that? Have you heard of any cutouts like that before, Tyrone?
No.
This is good governance, right?
Yeah, it's corrupt. It's corrupt. It's fascism. It's tyranny. It's everything that these motherfuckers like Sarge was speaking against. Everything. They're silencing fucking free speech in this country. It's locking up fucking goddamn reporters. It's if you say something bad against the goddamn administration, you going to the goddamn jail. These motherfuckers are tyrants. This is what the fuck they are. We living in fascism.
And it's being rah. And I don't understand when they had to go with those pickup trucks and fill up those gas tanks. They probably paying $70 plus.
But they so stupid.
How long can they sustain it?
They so stupid. I seen people filling up his truck, and he had to pay over $140. But they so stupid. They proud of it. They proud of it. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with this fuck? It's just a cult. It's a cult. It's a cult.
It became on steroids. Remember that silent majority? And when Ronnie Reagan came in, America changed.
Mm-hmm.
and then when they got control of the airways, you got a whole generation, Tyrone, that's what they first were hearing. Rush Limbaugh in the early 1990s.
Yep.
And that formed individuals' politics to those adults that have now. So when you see these young ones, this is a result of their families being just like a long time ago across the country. You only hear certain people on, and even before politics. I can't figure that. Paul, what's his name? Paul something, and he would always have a thought for the day, and normally it was about life. But then things changed in 1990. They Fox and they hired Rush Limbaugh, and everything was political. It became political.
Yeah, what was that called? The fairness doctrine. The fairness doctrine.
Oh, yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
It existed before.
Right.
And then after that went away, all you heard was these right wing fucking goddamn people on. And when Barack Obama was in office, that's when I started listening, because I didn't know about it. But one day I was riding down the road and I flipped to one of these stations, and I was like, well, goddamn, these people are on here talking shit about the president.
Yeah.
And they having people call in and talk shit about the president, damn near threatening him.
Yeah.
I was like, Jesus Christ. And then what surprised me is I would hear something on the goddamn radio, and the next thing you know, I go look at the news and see the politician repeat the same thing that they said that radio host said. I was like, Jesus Christ, this is crazy.
Well, remember when Karl Rove was around? They would be giving daily talking points. Remember that?
Yeah.
Karl Rove, Bush's brain. So they've been at this stuff for a long time. This stuff is mastered. And like it is what it is, Tyrone. And now you see where it's coming down to people being killed it seems with no remorse.
Yeah, there's no accountability. There's no accountability, especially when a black person die. These motherfuckers find a way to justify it.
Mm-hmm. And you look at we're getting sick too, Tyrone. The country. We don't know where the stuff is coming from. The lettuce, the Taylor Farms.
Well, I'm telling you where it's coming from.
My garlic powder. Yeah.
It's coming from goddamn that stupid ass non-talking RF motherfucking K deregulating all the goddamn food and allowing disease to infest the goddamn people. That's where the hell it's coming from.
And we have no inspectors because we fired them all. Project 2025.
Yep.
Russell Ball. So the qualified people, and you can't believe even the stats at the end of the month talked about the jobs and everything. Because remember, they fired those people.
Yep. You can't believe none of them damn numbers that come out of this White House.
No. So we don't know how many people were really injured. They said over in Iran, what is it, about 500?
Yeah, you don't know what the real inflation rate is. I mean, we don't know shit.
No. And so they're trying to get this SAVE Act through, but people, back to that old, it works. You got to show some kind of ID, which it's statistically we don't have a problem. So like you said, they created a problem, and now they're about to pass that SAVE Act.
But that SAVE Act is more than just.
Lindsey Graham.
Go ahead.
Yeah, what they said, Lindsey Graham, that was one of the big things he was working on. John Thune was really against it. He would find ways not to, but see, it passed in the House, and Trump is riding on Lindsey Graham. You know your South Carolina senator is going to be lying in state.
Mm.
Yes. So he's lying in state, and they're going to use that to boomerang to get that SAVE Act through. That's the game plan. And so they're going to work on Thune. They said he can't release the Senate until they deal with that. Yeah. So there's a lot of moving pieces. And then of course, there will be a lawsuit, but the elections are right around the corner, November. So all this, so there'll be lawsuits and working up through the court system, and probably the Supreme Court will get involved. But we've seen them do it already in Louisiana. They did it, changed things, invalidated those votes. So they've already set a precedent for doing this stuff, Tyrone. So you can't put nothing past this particular administration. And then just look at all the unqualified people holding all these important positions. It's pretty sad that people rah-rah.
Well, that SAVE Act is going directly against the goddamn Constitution. But they got us talking about voter ID and all that kind of shit. That's bullshit. Each state, according to the Constitution, is responsible for their election. The SAVE Act allows the federal government to step into these state elections and determine who's eligible to vote. So that's as anti-constitutional as you can goddamn get.
Oh, they know everybody's pissed off, Tyrone. So we got to work the corners. They always, every election, what do? They scrub the voting rolls, and then you find out that because you didn't vote in the last 2 elections, you were scrubbed, and then you got to vote provisional. That kind of stuff. So now on top of that, depending on what status you're in, you got to show a passport or whatever else they're coming up, and they're not going to fund this either. It would be a different thing, Tyrone, if they said these are the new requirements, and we're going to pay for whatever those requirements are, so that we can have free and fair elections.
It's bullshit. They're trying to steal the election. They're trying to overstep their authority and step into these state elections and count the goddamn votes and disqualify people who they don't want to vote. That's what they're doing. So
they want your information. Remember that? Yeah, they want that information too. It's more than that. They got your personal information, and I think once the government, they see how you vote and all this, and what are they going to be doing next? Threatening you on your job because you're registered. You just never know what people will do with information
well, of course they're going to sell it to the corporations.
Work their way.
They're going to sell it to the corporations. Yeah. That's one thing that they're going to do with your info.
Unless you're on Team Gold. If you're identified on Team Green, maybe you don't get the next promotion. It can go all kind of sideways.
Let me ask you something. Do you think Mitch McConnell did?
Hey man, that's what everybody is saying.
That motherfucker dead as a goddamn doorknob. They fucking got his ass in a refrigerator.
40 votes. He's missed out on 40 votes.
Yeah, he in somebody's freezer some goddamn well. I guarantee it.
They won't even let him have as they say, I didn't make it up. They said a proper funeral.
No, because they savages, man. Look, think how savage and demonic and evil you have to be to know that there's an individual that passed away, and you won't give him the dignity of a proper death ritual. That is fucking sad as shit.
Yeah, our country is proving that that's where we are as a country.
And they got everybody moving past this story. They talk past Mitch McConnell. They ignore the fact that the motherfucker ain't made a sound in months. He hasn't emailed no goddamn body. He ain't took no pictures. He ain't made no fucking phone call. You ain't heard his voice. You haven't even seen his big toe wiggle. This motherfucker dead as shit.
No.
I guarantee you that.
Yeah, it's leading. You know, if you just use your own judgment, you have to put that into the equation that the man is no longer
No,
around.
he's not.
And if he is around, he's not capable of handling those responsibilities
Well,
of
that's a
being a
possibility
senator
too. I
for
won't take
Kentucky.
that off the table. You're right. So he just may be comatose or just ineligible to do any
Yeah,
goddamn
and
thing.
if he's there, let that governor fill the rest of his term. You know, you've seen him do it in other states. They did it in South Carolina, where you are appointed his sister, and that was Trump that did that, by the way.
Well,
South
yeah,
Carolina,
because it's South Carolina, but he can't do the
about
same
that.
thing in Mitch McConnell's state because that's a Democratic governor. They would have to have a special election up there where Mitch
Yeah.
McConnell is.
Well, you know, Kentucky's red. They just happen to have a Democratic governor.
Yeah, and and and
So,
and,
you
and,
know,
and
are they so pissed off now?
well, but the Democratic governor is not going to let Trump assign no goddamn body to this
Well,
man's
they
position.
say yeah, yeah. They said he's working behind. They don't know what he's doing, but the talk is that's what he needs to be doing is working on what's going on with that senator.
But what he
He
should have
needs
been
to take
doing,
it to court
what he should have been doing is
or
busting
whatever
into
the
that
laws
guy. He should have been busting into that damn hospital and saying, "Where is my motherfucking senator at? Where is my employee?" That's what the fuck he should have been doing, going to that goddamn
Yeah, he's
hospital.
on taxpayer. So there's accountability. So you never hear about that type of accountability there, Tyrone. So where's the accountability?
There is none.
Listen to those folks.
That's why I used to be into politics, and I used to sit up here and listen
Yeah.
to this shit every day because in the back of my mind there was
Mm-hmm.
hope that it was gonna change. But I know
Mm.
good and damn well that they ain't shit changing no time soon.
Yeah.
It just ain't. We,
Yeah.
we, we live in the fucking KKK America. These racists gonna keep being racist. They're gonna keep watching dead people die. They're gonna keep stealing our
Yeah.
goddamn money. They're gonna keep hiding dead fucking bodies like they did with
But
Mitch McConnell. This is what the fuck is going
and
on.
they're running the debt up again, Tyrone. So you know what they say? They wanted to give the Department of Defense another $1 trillion
Yeah,
with no offsets. Remember with Obama, anytime that he had any spending, that Congress fixed the rules that he had to have an offset to
because he
pay for
black.
that. And we're not. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
Yeah, because he black. But when these white men ask for anything, these people find a way to make it goddamn policy. They make it law. Whenever they wanted to take away voting rights from black people and dismantle the civil rights, they immediately got that shit done. But whenever a Democrat's in office, they got to jump through all these motherfucking hurdles and say you can't do it because of this. You remember Merrick Garner, you can't do it this close to an
yeah.
election. You can't do this.
Yep.
And
Yep.
these Democrats, these soft spine motherfuckers, they don't push back enough. They
Well,
don't they
well,
just allow white
well,
racists to goddamn run all over them.
Tyler, well, that's that tribal stuff, regardless of Republican and Democrat. You just look just like the guy in Pennsylvania. What's that senator's name? The bald headed guy who won't wear a suit.
Mm.
So
The
so
Fetterman.
you have people. Yeah. So and then you had Manchin, and you know sometimes you think it's all about race first.
Yep. Man, I'm gonna shut up and got Miss Elisa on the
Yeah.
line. What's up, Miss
Okay.
Elisa?
Well,
Hi guys, I see y'all talk about Mitch McConnell.
He gone, Elisa. I'm
Uh,
sorry to tell you, he gone.
Tyrone, look, I thought he was for a while until they put that picture out. I
Mhm.
don't think he is dead. I think his body is still alive, but I think he's like in some type of vegetative state. And I think the Mitch McConnell that we didn't know, but you know what I mean. The old Mitch McConnell, I think he's gone.
Mhm.
I think that's a vegetable sitting up there. I think they could make a. And the reason why, at first I did, but after they put out that proof of life, you have so many experts and so many these people these eggheads that know all these computers and what you could not computers, but all this what do you call it? Uh the people saying what it is. The picture is a
AI.
AI that are experts that help could they have turned that thing inside out. And if it were AI is becoming even more and more perfected, but they would have caught it. So that's why when I saw that, I said, okay, he's still breathing, but I think he's like a vegetable. He whatever stroke he had, damn, they took him out, and he's just very. They fixed him up, shot him up with something, put some makeup on him, and took that picture. Because I think if that photo they put out was AI or manipulated, the people it would people would be able to say that, and because they haven't said it, that's why I don't think he's dead. I did until that picture came out.
Yeah, well, see, okay, so let's say that's a legitimate picture. We don't know exactly when that picture was taken. Now, Mitch McConnell been in the hospital for a long goddamn time and multiple times. So,
Yeah,
if
but
it's a real picture, then somebody should be able to get the metadata about the timestamp and date of whatever whenever the goddamn picture was
that's what I'm
taken.
saying. The eggheads thought they found it.
Well,
Like
I
those
ain't
ones
seen no
who found
metadata. I
them.
ain't seen no metadata for the picture. All I seen was like you seen where AI verified that it was a real goddamn picture. But I don't know
And
about.
not just AI verified, but them eggheads that's what they do. The ones that caught them blips and what is it, Epstein tapes when he was in that prison,
Hmm.
and they was able to catch that stuff. And the Justice Department had to make up an excuse why it was missing and skipping when nobody else saw it. But them eggheads examined it. That's what they do. And
And
they examined the Mitch McConnell photo, and they thought they found maybe what it was, but the problem was that the newspaper that they had propped up in his fingers,
mhm.
and they verified that not just because the newspaper there was a piece in the Washington Post that day, but they were able to verify certain other things that it's real. But they said the biggest problem that they have found with the picture is that Mitch McConnell, even though they have him fixed up, and experts have said they got all that makeup on him, there's one thing that they have verified, and health professionals have verified.
Mhm.
He has a blank stare in his eye. He's not even looking towards whoever is supposedly taking the picture. He has a blank stare.
Well,
That's why I think he's in some type of vegetative state.
well,
That is
well.
the only reason. That's the only reason why I believe that. I
Then
thought he was dead too until I started reading more articles and experts talking about it. That he's no longer here. You're right,
no,
but the
he going
body
to
is
he
alive.
going to the other side.
The body is alive, but he's no longer here,
They
and they trying to hide that.
they got toothpicks holding up his eyelids. But listen, as sick as he is, he's 84. As sick as he is, there should be some tubes running from him. There should be some monitors or something in that picture. They cleaned the whole goddamn thing up. Like,
They cleaned it up.
so something ain't right with that goddamn fake ass
No, it's a
photo that they
lot
sent.
not right with the picture. The fact that he's staring, he has a blank stare in his face. They probably shot him up with some type of whatever it is for the body, because there's all kind of things they can give you to make the body respond. To sit up and open the eyes, and if he's in a vegetative state, that's why he's staring off in a different direction. And that's why he can't
But
hold the newspaper. They just got it propped in his hand. So I don't believe he's dead. I
well,
believe Mitch is
that's how
gone.
sick and demonic and evil these
Yeah,
damn
that's what I'm
white
saying.
folk is.
That's even worse.
Yeah, it's
That
just
they
it's
got a living corpse sitting
yeah.
up there. They propped up a paper, then put makeup all over him, and he's staring off into. Well, he's not really staring. if you remember that woman that had I forget what happened to her. She had a baby and she was dead. Remember, and they wanted to unplug her from the life support,
Yeah.
but you remember her, and it was a big old court thing, but her eyes was staring, and you would swear she's here, but she was gone. And I think Mitch is in that state. You follow what I'm saying? If
Yeah.
y'all remember that case, I think he's in that type of a state. Because every time they showed that woman, you would be like, if they didn't want to take off a light, whatever they wanted to do was to start, I think, to start to remove her feeding tube. That's what it was. What's going on? I don't remember what. Let me look that up. Whatever that woman, and you would swear because she was just a look around like the same type of look, and that's what I think is going on with Mitch. At first, I thought he was stiff dead, and they had him in the refrigerator. But after that picture came out, and so many people examined that thing, woman in vegetative.
That picture didn't convince me of shit. And you know what sticks in my mind is back in the Western days, right? Is that they used to take pictures with dead people. Their loved ones would be dead,
Yeah,
and they would actually mount them up.
that too.
Let me hold on. Oh, here it go right here. I was just looking at that. Y'all look at these damn pictures of what white people used to do to each other. They, I ain't talking about the one in the coffin, but the other pictures
We did that too.
where the family members are sitting with them and holding them and stuff like that. Those people are dead in these pictures. These people
Yeah, I know.
these people used to take pictures with dead people like that. So Mitch McConnell could be fucking dead. I don't know. I don't know. It's my conspiracy. It's Tyrone saying this. But these people are
Well, he
weird.
probably is. Okay, type in, since you have that up. I know what you're talking about, those photos, because that would be the only time they would have a photo. Some black people did it too. But type in Terry, Terri, Schiavo, Schiavo. And look at the picture.
SCH what?
Iavo. And then look at the pictures of this woman. And they was trying to get her feeding tube removed because she was gone.
Oh yeah. I remember this lady.
You remember her?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I think is going on with Mitch McConnell. The Terry
Schiavo. Yeah, I remember that. Now that you said it, Terri Schiavo.
And you see how that's what I think is going on with Mitch. And you would never know because when they would have video on that woman, you would go, but she's still alive. And no, she was gone. It was just the body was still semi responded. She would look around. Sometimes she would smile. Sometimes, but she wouldn't look at you. You couldn't get her attention. The eyes, she face, and everything just wandering.
Yeah.
That's what I think is going on with Mitch McConnell. That's why so many people came out live and said they spoke with him because they know the body's still here. He's gone.
Yeah.
That's why, because my mind went back to that case. And we've had many cases like that since then. And they was trying to get her feeding tube removed. And a couple of cases like that, they were able to remove the feeding tube so that the person could go ahead and drift off because the body is just responding. They're keeping the body going. That's what I think is going on.
Well, you got to be a special kind of goddamn sick. A special kind of, there's something wrong with you to maintain that facade of a human being like that. I that's crazy. But who's this unknown caller? Who line did I open?
Yeah, hello, Tyrone. How are you?
What's up, Joe?
Yeah, hey, look, you know you done messed up, right?
What?
You know you done messed up. You got an expert hospital crasher right here in the audience. We're gonna put my man Sarge on it. Remember he went after Obama's birth certificate at the hospital? So we're gonna send him out to see if Mitch McConnell is really alive. We'll take up a collection to get him a ticket down there to go to Kentucky and see if Mitch McConnell's still there. Come on, Sarge, are you up to the task? Are you man enough? We'll send you there. You already have experience. You got this on your resume already. So let's do it.
Yeah, sir. That's what we need. We need you to go on a mission since you went down to Hawaii and went into the hospital for President Obama. You need to go. You need to go with Kentucky to this hospital and figure out what's going on with Mitch.
No, he's still here. He's at GW Hospital here in DC. He's still
Oh,
here.
he. Oh, I thought he was in Kentucky. He's in Washington.
No, he's still in Washington. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I just thought they were treating him there, but they. Well, I guess that makes sense. That makes sense. He got sick up there, so I guess that's where he's at. Yes, Sarge, you got a job. You got a job. You need to start your GoFundMe, collect you some money so you can go up there to Washington and see what's going on with Mitch McConnell. Inquiring minds want to know. Whew. But you got anything else, Joe?
1 second.
But yeah, Miss Lisa, I don't know. This world is crazy.
Yeah, everything is crazy, and it keeps getting worse. If y'all, I don't know if y'all been following the tapes. I'm curious to see what the Trump administration gonna do, because I think Britain is calling their hand on that.
Well,
I have to say kudos to them.
Well, yeah, they should because of all them crazy crimes that they did over there. The United States, I think the United States had them on charges one time, and the Trump administration let them go or gave them a pardon.
They were being investigated by the old Justice Department, not Trump's Justice Department. So I actually got to say, I think that's pretty clever of Britain, especially since they add all them other charges, child pornography and things like that, child rape and stuff. Are y'all going to interfere now?
No. It was another country that had them on charges, and Trump used his power to
get him from over there.
Yeah.
But the Brits are charging him with stuff from there, child pornography, rape, all kind of stuff.
Yeah, sex trafficking and all of that stuff.
In their country.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see if Trump them, because they have extradition, how they gonna handle that? I think it was a pretty slick.
Well, no, I think the Tates are fucked, because if the Trump jump out there right now and try to defend the Tate brothers, I mean, it's gonna be another Jeffrey Epstein. It already is because Andrew Tate on video saying that he hang out with Barron and hang out with the sons and visit Trump. So to me, technically, it already is because of who Andrew Tate and his brother is, and the Trump administration is that close association with him. But if they jump out there,
are y'all gonna jump out there again?
Yeah, if they jump out there now, I mean, come on. I mean, it's part for the course for them to hang around with pedophiles and rapists. So.
And the guy who helped get him from over there, I forget wherever that he was in Yugoslavia, some of them old countries. The guy that helped him, he was the one whose wife is all over Twitter and stuff doing interviews telling about Melania Trump. Mm-hmm. And he's the one that helped him. So that thing go pretty deep. It's go pretty deep, them Tate brothers. Because he went as Trump them proxy. Let me see, what is his name? He's part of the Trump admin. And
the guy with the guy that's got the lady telling on Melania. What is that guy?
Yeah, his ex-wife. Yeah, what is his name? So
it's an Italian name.
Yeah. The Trump friend helping the Tate brothers. What is his name? So I mean, what is? Let's see, who's a little bit more information.
Yeah, it's the same guy that introduced Melania to Trump, ain't it?
Zampoli?
Zampoli, yeah, that's him.
Yes, I'm told, and his wife over there telling all of Melania's business because he used the Justice Department to get her deported and back to get her deported to Brazil. And when she was back in Brazil, he took the son and she won her case in Brazil and he had to return the son to her and then he left and came to the United States. And she was like, I guess asking them for help, but they let him do that to her. So she telling all their business. And that's why Melania came out with that press conference because that woman was all over Twitter and now
Mm-hmm.
she doing interviews and stuff saying all of that was a lie. Zampoli didn't introduce him. Jeffrey Epstein well, that's what the other guy had said that Jeffrey Epstein had introduced Trump and Melania. So I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna not sure if Trump is gonna jump out there, but they stupid enough or bolded enough to might try to do it and break and not go along with the extradition
Yeah.
treaty that we have with Britain. So they bold enough. They're bold enough. They liable to do that. And if they
Well,
did
it
do
wouldn't
that,
surprise me. I wouldn't put it past them. It would not surprise me.
no. And if they did do that, look how they already look bad for the rest of the world. But just can you imagine how they would look? And they talking about child pornography and stuff too. And that the American government they went against a deportation treaty that they have with Britain over these two nothings. Why? So either way, if they help or don't help, they still have lost. They still have
But
lost
yeah,
either way.
but
So
I got a
that was
feeling.
slick.
I got a feeling that the Trump's going to turn their back on them now. I just,
I think so.
I feel
I
like
think so.
and then if they don't,
They already have.
huh?
They already have. Look, in order for Trump to get anything done now, he has to expend political capital he doesn't have. He's already
Exactly.
blown a lot of political capital. If you notice, his people are turning against him. The
Yep.
senators and the representatives are not agreeing with him like they were a year ago. The Supreme Court doesn't even agree with him like they were a year ago. So his time is winding down.
So I think that the Tate brothers they have run out of they have run out of luck here. I don't think they're not gonna do anything. But if they did, that's still I mean for the women who deserve justice. But look how Trump them look if they did
Mm-hmm.
even think about doing that. So I think the Tate brothers, I think they're pretty much done. They pretty much done. That was slick that Britain did that. I gotta give the kudos for how, that they did
Well,
that.
they committed crimes over there, and they was on the run.
Hmm.
So, and then once they put foot in America, then that's when they enacted whatever thing that they got with America, and America can't turn back on that. I don't think they can.
No, and what's the governor of Texas? DeSantis had told them he didn't want them in Florida.
In Florida.
He did not want in Florida, and that they came there for some kind of kickboxing tournament. He's supposed to be judging. And then the sad thing, these people trafficked in kitty porn, and Shady Vance and all of them was friends with them on Twitter.
Yeah,
Charlie Kirkman was big talking about how more
yeah.
men
Even
need
Candace
to.
Owens was friends with them, and
Yeah.
all of them people were friends with.
Hmm.
They're disgusting. They fucking the
They,
whole goddamn party is full of fucking freaks and gays and disgusting pedophiles, and there ain't nothing wrong with the gays. Like, I got to put that little disclaimer out there. But they full of all these people. They closeted. The gays are closeted, and they freaks. They
yeah,
pedophiles. They just I don't know. But where the
yeah.
hell is? Let me see if this is somebody who called in. I thought. Let me see who line is. Oh, that must be Maze. So you can open your own line, Maze, but ain't nobody. Yeah, they full of freaks. You know.
Yep. Yeah. They're getting caught up. So I was happy to hear that the Tates were arrested that was welcome news because they're just awful. They're destroying the lives of young men. And the fact that it's kind of the fact that Barron Trump and them, I get them older boys of Trump, but that speaks to Melania, that her son, because he probably know Melania was what she is,
Mm-hmm.
uh, uh, and that he liked them and he wanted his father to help them. That speaks a lot to Melania. That look at your son following these old
Well,
good for
Melania,
nothing men.
Melania don't need to be put on no type of special pedestal because she's a freak too. She's a mail order fucking whore, and she lived that lifestyle just like everybody else do. So her child is the same goddamn way. These people are
Same
fucking
way.
nasty, disgusting pieces of shit. Every goddamn one of them. But you don't hear MAGA calling them out at all. That's why I say the whole goddamn party is fucked up.
Yeah, like everybody is saying, it's a cult
Mm-hmm.
that these people are in line with these types of people. And that's why I was like, get it, Brittany. When I heard the kitty porn, and I was like, oh, yes, that make it even better. Now, let's see what y'all going to do. How much of double talking and excuses are y'all going to have about that? Kitty porn.
Well, my gut is telling me that they ain't gonna defend them, but like you
Nope.
said, it wouldn't it wouldn't surprise me if somebody stepped out there and tried to fucking do something. That would not surprise me one bit.
I wouldn't be surprised if they did. And if they did, I wouldn't feel no kind of way
Mm-hmm.
because the world be like, oh my God, look at the United States government. We already look like we in the toilet
Mm-hmm.
anyway. That just helps to put it even more in the toilet. That the vice president and the president and the administration is helping people who were involved with kitty porn and child sex trafficking. Well, I mean, they all hook up in, well, maybe it's a section of J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio, but all the rest of them, they all hook up in the Epstein files. So this is right thing alley.
Well, I was looking
This
at a
is
little
right here.
clip. I was looking at a little clip from Don Lemon right before I came on here, and he had Hunter Biden on, and Hunter Biden was quote unquote secretly outing all of these closeted gays in the administration, and he called out. Well, of course he called out Lindsey Graham. Everybody know that, but he called out J.D.
Mm-hmm.
Vance. He called out Stephen Miller was gay, and he called out
Uh-huh.
Mike Johnson.
Mike Johnson.
And he called out
And
somebody else.
did he say Mitch McConnell? I always thought Mitch McConnell was closeted too.
I don't think
I
he
think he's
said Mitch McConnell.
Yeah, he probably didn't, but a lot of people they've always said that Mitch McConnell was closeted too.
And you can tell, I ain't got nothing against gay people, but I've been seeing gay people all my life. And you can tell that their mannerisms and all that kind of stuff. You can tell who's
Mm-hmm.
gay. And Mike Johnson is gay. Mike Johnson is gay. Tim
Yeah,
Scott,
because they
Tim
say
Scott, Tim Scott is gay.
Tim Scott. Mm-hmm.
And J.D. Vance, I can see that he's
I
gay.
could see.
And
And they said,
Stephen Miller.
yeah, and Stephen Miller, because they said like the word around in Washington, because Washington is a small city, small, and the word around is that MAGA Mike, because they all, wherever state they from, they all have apartments, they all have nice apartments and houses and stuff here, because they spent in the city, because they spend a lot of time in the DMV working. So they all, and they said it's a secret, but it's not the most kept secret. About MAGA Mike, have them call boys and stuff be living with him in his place that he has. All of them are. Instead of living their truth and trying to live right. That's what hatred does to you. It has you doing stuff like what they doing. That's
Well,
what hatred does.
Well, you can tell that they some secrets going on, and Christine Noem's husband, Christine Noem's
He just
husband with
busted.
them big old boobs, he telling you that these people keep shit in the closet, Cause that was some shit. That man was posing with them
Yeah.
big old fake boobs. Let me see if I can find
Yeah.
it. That is a funny picture to me. There you go. I hope nobody don't. That is crazy.
And
Oh.
her brother was just arrested. Christy Knowles, I think it's Christy Knowles. Her brother was just arrested for trying to lure, I think, a 10-year-old or a
Yeah, I
13-year-old
remember hearing
girl
that
into a
too.
hotel.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, them people, all types of degenerates.
Yeah. So it won't, don't surprise me that they're finally somebody is talking about the gayness, closeted gays in Washington. But for some reason they don't out each other in Washington. I don't know what that's about. Any other
They
time they
talk
be
about
out.
it amongst themselves. They talking about it amongst themselves because like different, like they said, certain things be secrets and certain things be not. But it's like highly known in DC who is who and who is what. It's always been that way in DC.
Mm-hmm.
It's always been that way in DC, especially down in the city, up there on Capitol Hill, different places. Because I can tell you some things we've heard for years about certain. I'm not going to say the basketball player's name,
Mm-hmm.
but for people who I have known that ran in a lot of circles, high end circles, they used to say just as gay as the day is long. And so we've always known that. And that's all I'm going to say because I don't like, and because that has always been a part. So those types of things, people, they know who's who and what is what in the city. It
Well,
just don't get out to the rest of the country. That's all.
the bad thing about these people being closeted in Washington's, and it's for the gay community, is that these people write policies against their own goddamn people, knowing that it's not going to affect them because of their power and position. So they can be as gay as they want to be, but none of these policies ain't going to affect them because they got money and power. But it's going to affect the community that they're a part of, and you got to be some type of sick type of human being. That's almost like a gay coon, if you will. They hating on their own goddamn self.
But my thing is, if you're going to be closeted, like certain people we've heard about over the years that are closeted, you get married, and when you have children, then your children can live their truth while you kept yours. Your child can live your truth while you kept yours in the closet and can be the biggest old queen out here while you kept your truth in the closet, got married, had a beard, and that's all I'm going to say. And got certain diagnoses, and people put it on something else and all kind of things. So these certain things would trickle out to the people in the suburbs. We would hear about certain people. But it's always been that way. They said with those politicians and stuff up there on the hill and throughout the city, it's like certain things you can ask just on the phone right now, things that go on in New York. Like the New Yorkers knew more stuff about Trump than the people in the rest of the country. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
They knew more. They hated him and they knew more. And that's how it is with every regional place. And certain things just get out to the public, like all that talk about MAGA Mike Johnson and other people in office and stuff that he did. It gets out. It gets out.
Well, and I don't even know if it would damage him if they came out. I mean, I guess it would damage him politically.
It would, because you sit up here talking about as if gay people can't have family values too, but you sit up here talking about family values. The home is about what they like to say, a man and a woman, and family values, and putting all that stuff off on one side of the party, and people aren't living right, and Christian values and stuff, and you sitting up there, got young men, call men coming and going and staying with you at your place and stuff like that, and you're that, instead of just being that. That's all you got to do is just be that. If that's what you are, just be that.
But
I've always said that.
What gives me pause is like high level Republicans are gay, like Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, and the Republicans ain't giving him hell. Peter Thiel, who helped the Republicans get elected, he's gay. There ain't nobody giving him hell. So
Nope.
they'll leave their own alone, I guess. That's why I was saying that maybe it's
Because
okay.
those people probably always been out the closet.
Hmm.
Certain ones like Lindsay and certain people choose to stay in the closet. That's the difference between them and Scott Bessent and stuff. They already been out and they willing. They just about corruption and different things like that. But
Hmm.
they out the closet. They ain't hiding who they are. The rest of them can be blackmailed because they hide. That's the difference.
No, I was going to say, I got to give a little pushback on it because apparently their constituency doesn't care about any of that stuff. What they care about
They don't.
is inflation. What they care about is the cost of things. You can sleep with as many men or women as you want, but God forbid you raise the price of gas. You can sleep with as
Mm-hmm.
many men and women as you want, but God forbid let the price of eggs get higher. So it's a
Mm-hmm.
weird constituency that you're talking about. While you and I may be repulsed by it, for them they're like to them they don't even acknowledge it. Just like the E. Jean Carroll case,
Hmm.
it's a big deal to us, but to them, oh no, it's not a big deal because half of them are probably doing the same shit.
Doing the
So
same
it's like
thing.
yeah, so for them it's the prices that matter, and it's the inflation thing is gonna really tank them.
So they don't really care because them fake Christians, they supposed to be caring about this. So they say, they said what the Bible says, they supposed to be caring about that stuff. They don't care nothing about that stuff. Not really.
Them Christians don't
That
give a
goes
damn
to
about that damn Bible.
that's what it goes to show you they really don't care about that.
Yeah.
Because if they did, they would have more to say. And South Carolina, all of them, that Bible thumping, and Lindsey Graham, and everybody know good and well in the state of South Carolina that Lindsey Graham, but they didn't care. Long as he do what they want to do, long as he's a Republican, uphold Republican values, they really don't care. So they got, but everybody's talking out every other side of their face, out of their mouth and their face. And then what will say, well, like Trump said, the Democrats is all about what is that stupid thing he loves to say? They're all about transgender because he said everybody was transgender. They had given everybody I don't remember being transgender, but that just goes to show they don't care about that. They really don't.
No, they don't.
Yeah,
That's just a talking point to rile up people like Sarge and ABC, talking about
Hmm.
transgenders and all this
They don't
shit.
care nothing
They
about
don't give
that.
a fuck. They don't give a fuck about their Jesus. They don't give a shit about the Constitution. They don't care about nothing.
Well, but if you think about it, if you really want to go down this road, there's any number, of high-power conservatives that have been involved in the high levels of deviancy. Jimmy
Hmm.
Swaggart. Was it Tammy Faye and her husband,
Hmm.
Jim Jones, Oral Roberts' son, and his wife. They had the pool boy. Remember that? So I mean, they
Hmm.
have a real high tolerance for deviancy. But God forbid, like I said, let the price of eggs go up.
Hmm.
Yeah,
The
it's all
gas
bullshit.
go up.
Because that's what I was saying earlier. Is that everything that they was talking about before Trump got in office, all this stuff that Trump was going to do, all what the Republican Party going to do, they ain't nobody said one word about what they have achieved, what they have accomplished, what they're doing, because it was all bullshit. It was all bullshit. And then to add to that, we actually had the pleasure of witnessing handle the Jeffrey Epstein shit. That's a promise that was failed. We saw him with the border wall. That was a promise that was failed. We saw him with these wars. That's a promise that was failed. The higher gas prices, higher fucking grocery price, all that shit. We can't afford housing, America. All that shit, all those promises. Those people don't give a fuck about none of that.
Mm-mm.
They just care that they
They never
side
did.
wins. Yeah.
They never did.
Well,
And
well, what's
go ahead.
scary is, You know, how so many Christians are willing to make a deal with the devil to get something politically. I never thought I'd see
Mm-hmm.
that day in my life, but apparently we're here. And so, Trump. If you listen to people talk, they say, "Oh, he has these problems. Oh, I don't like him as a person, but he's giving us what we want." So they're willing to make a bargain with the devil for a political gain, which goes against their very religion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they don't give a shit.
Mm-hmm.
They do not give a shit.
And if God was real, if Jesus is real, he would not like that. He would not like that. Y'all claim that he's against all this stuff. I don't think he would like that the things that they are allowing themselves to turn their head to the other side and go along with. Would Jesus would Jesus like that?
Well, I don't
That's the
believe half of
question.
these motherfuckers. I know Trump is not no religious person. I know that
Oh well
I
no
know that these
no.
politicians in Washington just use religion to control their followers, and that's what religion was designed to do. Is actually you can control
Control.
a masses of people, and these people don't give a
Mm-hmm.
fuck about no religion whatsoever. They just don't. But the dumbasses, their dumbass followers, they believe in that damn Bible, and they believe in it so much so that they said Trump was put here by God and all that kind of dumb shit. These people are stupid, and those are the people that we should be talking about. The politicians are important, and we should give them hell. But the people that's in the constituents, those are the motherfuckers that need to really be catching fucking strays right now, because they stupid. They put
But
this.
that's
Go ahead.
But Tara, that's who I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the politicians.
Hmm.
When I say they don't care, I'm not the politicians. The people they don't, but they ain't people. They not religious. They don't care about none of that. I'm talking about their constituents. I'm talking about the evangelicals. That's who I'm talking about. I'm not talking about
So, do
politicians.
you think the evangelicals believe in the Bible or no?
I think a lot of them do, but they're willing. That's why you said you have to ask them, you have to speak to them and ask them. You all are willing to go along with all this degenerate behavior.
Oh yeah,
What
yeah, I
would
can see
Jesus
that. I
say?
can see that. I can see
What
the.
would
I can see
what
the.
would Jesus say?
Yeah, I can see the congregation believing, but the people that's in charge, like the mega pastors, I don't think they. I don't think no Joel Osteen believes. I
No,
just
me
don't.
either.
I don't believe them. The mega pastors believe. They don't.
I'm talking about the constituents. I'm talking about the regular people.
Yeah,
You
the
have to
people.
ask them, y'all going along with this. What would Jesus say?
Yeah, the people sitting
How
in the
would
pews
Jesus
hooting
feel
and
about
hollering.
this?
Those are the real
Hmm.
crazy ones. Those people are
Yeah,
nuts.
them the crazy ones. How would Jesus feel about this? Child pornography, sex trafficking, cheating on your spouses,
Hmm.
stealing, lying, uh, all of the things. What would Jesus say? And
Well,
all this hate, y'all hating all these different other people and religions and people's skin color stuff. How would Jesus feel about this? You know, he comes from a country over there where people don't look like y'all.
well,
How would he feel about this?
they find a way to compare it to situations in the Bible in order to validate it. The cheating and the lying and all that kind of shit. They'll find some scripture and say such and such did it in the Bible and all that kind of shit. They're just stupid. They dumb. They dumb.
But those who did it in the Bible, regardless if they find, because yes, there were some who did it in the Bible, and they had mistresses and this that, but they were what? Punished.
Hmm.
They were punished by God. Look at what happened in Sodom and Gomorrah. The
But
people was punished.
but
They were
they so
punished
stupid.
so.
They don't. They go so they so stupid that they don't go no further than it was in the Bible. That's all.
They was in the Bible.
That's
But it
as
was
far as they go. That's as far as they go.
but it was talking about the Bible was also talking about their punishment
Hmm.
too. They were punished.
You know the
That's
average
stuff
person.
it's gonna leave that out.
The average person don't read that damn book. I mean, we figured that out a long time ago. These people do not read that goddamn book. They don't know what's in it. So
A lot of people
as
do.
long as
I
they
think a
know
lot of
something,
them do.
as long as they know, well, when they read it, they only read like scriptures, and you can't get the hold of that book when you just repeating scriptures. But
I'm not gonna let them people off the book. They know that them people who are them people doing things, Sodom and Gomorrah, and different ones who were doing things. They know those script, those Bible stories and stuff. They know. Just don't let them off the hook.
I'm
They
not letting them off the hook.
understand.
I'm just telling you how stupid they is. They just dumb. They just stupid. You know, just like these jokers that call in here. They just dumb. There ain't nothing you can say
Yeah,
to them. There ain't no way.
I agree with
There
you,
is no
Don.
conversation you could have with a MAGA-minded American. There is no
I agree.
sensible conversation.
I agree. They are dumb. I agree that they are extremely dumb. I give you that. But people need to stop. What would you? I heard some old minister the other day. If somebody had pulled up a video, and he was talking about how the Bible that we need to go back to. What was that he was talking about? Go back to colonialism
Mm.
and things like that. He's talking about enslaving people all over again. And they can, no matter what they find in that Bible, the Bible also speaks against that too. What would Jesus say?
Well, see, that's a perfect example of how that individual justifies it in the Bible. But you said that, and you're correct, that there's people speaking against slavery in the Bible. But they don't care about that
Mhm.
part. They don't care about that part. They care about the stuff that supports them.
They pick and choose which what they're gonna go along with.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I said. The people they just fake and phony, and they fake and they phony, and they go along with that stuff, knowing that it's wrong. They pick and choose. That's what you said. The Bible is one of the greatest weapons of mass destruction to use on the people, and it's true.
It
They know
is.
better. They know better. They know better than that stuff.
It is, and that's
But they,
exactly what's wrong with Israel, is that the religious mind has taken over its social culture, and they believe in that Torah or whatever that is they read over there, so much so that they're willing to bomb and kill and commit genocide and all that kind of stuff in the name
Mhm.
of their religion. And it's so fucked up because you got them people trying to combine their religion with Christianity, and neither one of them goes to goddamn together. The Jews do not believe in your fucking Jesus. They just don't. The
No,
Jews,
they don't.
the Jews think your Jesus was a goddamn prophet, and you think your Jesus was a goddamn God, the Son of God, the Holy Trinity. So neither one of them goes to goddamn together. So this relationship is really fucking strange to me. So it kind of
But
boils
it
down
was
to it's about
yeah.
money. It's about money. They passing money and paying each other to convince each other's following to believe in each other's religion. That's just weird to me.
Well, my understanding, because I was like, they don't, that never made sense. And the evangelicals, reason why they support Israel, and because, the second coming, all of that's supposed to go down over there. So they have to protect Israel. That's part of their thing, because when the second coming, and when Jesus, that has to be fulfilled. And when Jesus, my understanding, and when Jesus comes back, all of that's going to go over there. Then you have the rapture,
But
and
that ain't.
everybody who does not accept them as Christ, all of that. And the Jewish people, they don't believe in none of that.
That's
They
all I'm getting
will
ready to say. They don't believe in none of that
but
shit.
they take their support and money and everything, because why? They don't believe in any of that. So if you want to give the support because that's what you believe in, we'll take it. That's basically what's going on with that.
Well, the Jews are convinced about some type of Armageddon and destroying
That's
all of.
that's something total. That's something totally different.
Yeah.
I'm talking about why they go hand in hand with the evangelicals. Because
Yeah, you're right. You're right about that. Them believing whatever they think the second coming is going to happen in that area. But the Jews believe something totally different about Armageddon and destroying all of that land over there.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
and
Yeah, they
taking
do.
and taking it for themselves. That's the angle, and I could have that wrong, but they want to get rid of all that
No, you
land.
don't. That killing of all of those people, I forget what it's a term for, because some people was breaking it down here recently, what that's all about. Let me look it up. And they still fighting that.
Mhm.
And they supposed to fight it until Now, a lot of they people believe that, and they want laws and stuff passed here in America. Let me see if I can pull that up. Uh,
Yeah, it's crazy. Neither one of these goddamn religions match. That's just like Christians and fucking Buddhists trying to say that, you know, they on the same agenda, or some Indian Hindu god saying that they on the same religion as on the same agenda as Christians. It's weird to watch the Jewish people and the Christian people come up with a fucking fake ass name, Judeo Christian, and then you know have people believing in that bullshit. It's crazy to me.
I'm trying to find the Amalek because what's his name? The leader from over there, because he just bring that up in his speeches.
Netanyahu.
Yeah, about the Amalek, and a lot of them the command against Amalek, King Saul is commanded to completely destroy everything belonging to the I'm probably pronouncing this, butchering it, Amalekites, explicitly listing men, women, children, infants, cattle, sheep, camels, everything. So that's it. And they still fighting that. They still fighting it. When they have their conferences, they want to have laws passed in the United States that if anybody says free Palestine or they for Palestine liberation, for that to, in a sense, to be like a crime, and have have people put in prison. Them people, and they got their people so brainwashed over there. What's that? The Amalek. The command against the Amalek. That's what it's called. Because somebody was talking about that, and a lot of those Israelis over there believe it, and they're gonna fight that thing over there. The command against the Amalek is a biblical derivative found in the Hebrew Bible, instructing the Israelites to completely destroy the Amalekite nation as divine judgment for their unprovoked attack on Burma refugees coming out of Egypt. And, key aspects of the accounts include the foundational background of the Exodus, of Deuteronomy, King Saul's failure to fully execute the command, in 1 Samuel 15, ongoing theological debate. They still fighting that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's some craziness to me. That's just craziness.
Yeah, and I found out in Genesis 15:18, it says the outlines from the area of from the river of Egypt to the Euphrates River. This is theoretically the boundaries covering Egypt, Israel, Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, and Iraq. Mm-hmm. So from Genesis, they think that all that land is theirs. That ain't got shit to do with the return of Jesus in that goddamn area. It just don't.
But Tyrone, the evangelical Christians do. They think they have to succeed in getting that, so that the return of Jesus over in the Holy Land. So the evangelicals, that's why they support them. With the Huckabee and them, they all believe in that. They have to get all that land and do all of that, so that the fulfillment of Jesus it's
stupid.
So deep and crazy and stupid until, and you got people here in a new millennium talking and going along with the craziness.
Yeah, because they treat Christians like shit over there. I mean, there's some Christians that go over there and they treat them like shit.
Yeah, they do. But the evangelicals here, they will raise money and keep the government supporting Israel so that can happen. They can, so the second to the whatever Jesus come back, the people is like, well, what's, Jews and them, they don't accept Jesus. That's not part of their doctrine. Well, then they will be punished, or they won't be caught up in the rapture, so they know that. But some of them will. So, of course, the Israelis and the people over there, they're going to go along with it and say, yeah, They support us even though they don't believe that.
No.
I would take the support too. I would take it too. They crazy enough to give it.
But yeah,
I would support it
Israel is
too.
being smart about how they're maneuvering.
Yes.
I got to give it to them
Thank you.
because they
That's
have
what I'm saying.
they have infiltrated this country. They have infiltrated our government. They have actually paid people off to support Israel. They advertise, they promote over here. They got everybody scared to be an anti-Semitic. They got everybody afraid to say anything against Jewish people. So they have been very strategic and very smart, and they're actually making progress. They got AIPAC. They got other organizations that control our politics. So I got to give it to them. I don't like them, but you can look at the footprint of the. You can look at our media, and you can see the Jewish control of our media. I know people say that's conspiracy, but that's the goddamn truth. You can look at a lot of these movies. You can look at all of these look at Seinfeld. That was literally a show about nothing. But who was the star?
Yeah, but it was funny though.
It was funny, but the star was a Jew. You see what I'm saying? And Seinfeld.
But
go ahead.
Tyrone, you remember this channel taken down? It's not Jewish. It's the Israeli government.
Well,
not all Jewish people.
Well, that's just the way I talk, and I have to say not everybody, I guess, but
they don't all fall, and a lot of the younger people that's mixed up throughout the world. You can look a lot of them don't adhere to that.
You can look at Bill Maher, who's a goddamn another Israel or whatever you want to call him, a Jew, but he has a big media platform, and he plays both sides of the goddamn fence, but he's supporting the Republicans who support goddamn Jews. So it's
Jews, Israel.
Well, them people, I'm gonna start calling them names in a minute if I don't get it right.
Israel.
I better not do that, cause I'll get in trouble if you start talking about their features. They can talk about ours all day long.
He supports that, and because when they so that's what he supports. That is the government of Israel. That a lot of them do.
And then who's that dude? Who's that dude that just died? That Clive Davis person, was it? Wasn't he a Jew too?
Yeah, but I don't know if he was a. What is that term that they call them?
Zionist.
Israeli Zionist. I don't. He probably was. Bill Maher is a Zionist. I don't know if Clive Davis was a Zionist. Yes, he was Jewish. But I don't know if he was a Zionist.
Let me see if he was a Zionist.
He was Jewish. A lot of them, they don't, they might not admit to that. But he was Jewish, but that doesn't make him a Zionist.
Well, it don't relate to him as a Zionist. But I guarantee you he was.
He might.
I promise you he was. I promise you he was.
He probably was a Zionist.
But my point is, you got very influential Jewish people in high levels of different industries over here, and they're controlling the damn narrative. They bought TikTok, they bought the news outlets. All of this stuff is controlled by the Jewish people now. They just are.
Well, some of that is anti-Semitic type wrong.
Well, I mean, I'm speaking facts. How can you speak facts without being anti-Semitic? If that's a fact, that's a fact. That is a fact.
But that doesn't mean that it's a conspiracy that's going on. Because we have to look at it. Even though Israel is running Donald Trump right now, they have control. Whatever it is that they're doing, is there some big type of some type of conspiracy? I don't know. But they're running him. We've had other presidents that they were not able to use. I mean, don't get it twisted. When Israel was created, that was put there to be the bulldog watchdog for America. And that was one of the reasons why they support them. They've gotten out of hand, and we happen to have an inept, corrupt president that they're really running. But if any other person was president right now, we would not be at war. We would not be at war right now. But they got hold of a president now that they have been running amok, and have kind of gotten out of control, they're running the president. But trust, United States government has always, because that's a colonial project over there, and the United States has always supported Israel. I mean, I'm not sure how it's going to look moving forward, but they've always supported to be their watchdog, attack dog, to be there, and then they come to find out they spying on you all. It's just things that's kind of just in disarray right now with the entire thing. But is it a worldwide Jewish conspiracy? I'm not going to say that.
Well, I don't want to go into the conspiracy. That's why I'm stating facts that they own CNN, that they own HBO, they own media outlets. They just do. And in the Trump community, under the Trump administration, they bought up more media outlets. They just did. That is a fact. So I don't know how else to put that besides telling the damn truth, you know.
But if they are part of the Zionist wing, you got a problem. But I don't. A lot of people try to put it like it's this big conspiracy. I'm not going to do that.
Well, no, I get the conspiracy. I know the conspiracy is that the Jews control everything. They're controlling the money. They're controlling the media. They control blah, blah. I get that conspiracy, but I'm not talking about that. I'm just telling you for a fact.
Okay, no, I hear what you're saying. No, I agree with you, and I think this is a Zionist project that's going on. Why they got all that? They got so much media and different things. That I agree with you on that. But an overall Jewish conspiracy, no.
But no, I don't. I try to stay away from the conspiracies, but. I mean, whenever you look at it, whenever you look at the heads of these corporations, when you look at the heads of these damn big companies and the heads of the damn and the top comedians, Jon Stewart. I like Jon Stewart. Don't get me wrong, he's a Jew, but I like Jon Stewart.
But he's not a Zionist.
No, he's not a Zionist. But you look at these Jewish people that shoot up. There was a YouTuber that just came on the goddamn YouTube when I first started making YouTube, Casey Neistat. And that man started making weird ass videos, and next thing you know, he's the top YouTuber. And I'm like, what the fuck did this man do? But he's a Jew, and so he become the number one YouTuber, all right, fast as shit. I'm like, okay, well, I don't know what the hell he did, but you know, he was in the movie industry, and he did had a career in movies and know how to make films and all that kind of stuff. So I can attribute to that to his success. But how fast?
Who?
Casey Neistat.
I don't know who that is.
You don't know, man? Everybody know Casey Neistat. Let me see if I
don't know who.
You know.
Picture of I don't.
You know who he is. It's Casey. Oh, here he is, right here. This guy became the number one YouTuber. Casey Neistat. Neistat.
I thought that was it Mr. D? I thought he was like.
But he's number one now. But before like I said, when I first started YouTube, this guy right here, you couldn't beat Casey.
Oh, really?
Neistat. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not familiar. I honestly am not familiar with him. Is he still real big?
I'm pretty sure he is. Let me
okay.
Click on this thing right here. Everybody used to follow this guy. He got 12 million subscribers.
Casey Neistat. I'm not familiar with him. I might have seen some of his stuff and just wasn't familiar with the name.
Well, he mostly focused on little like short stories and product reviews of cameras and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
And I watch a lot of that stuff.
Oh, okay. I probably have, like I said, I probably have seen some of his stuff, but he's not the best looking guy in the face.
No, he ain't. He's a Jew. He's see, he has those features, I'll say.
Okay, now that's anti-Semitic, Tyrone.
Well, I'm just telling you that that's what they look like. I don't know what to say about that. They just do.
I try to be politically correct, Google, but I'm not familiar with him.
Yeah, but my point is that they pop up everywhere, and I told y'all about the Cars for Kids commercial. That's a Jewish brand deal. They just everywhere. They're everywhere. Yeah. And then one summer, I guess it was maybe about over 10 years ago, we have these ice cream trucks that come through our neighborhood, You know, they always playing the little merry-go-round music and all that kind of stuff. So I stopped and I talked to one of them drivers. I said, "Where you from?" He said Israel, and I didn't make no connection then because I wasn't interested in all that kind of stuff. But as I look at these ice cream trucks now, all of them people are Israelis riding around our neighborhood selling ice cream. You know,
Oh, really?
yeah.
Well, we're not. The ice cream truck is very. I haven't seen an ice cream truck in years. As a matter of fact, they're not allowed over here. So,
Well, they're not supposed
oh,
to be
that's
allowed in
fine.
here, but they come in here
But
anyway.
they still come.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that. That wow, I just learned something. I didn't know ice cream trucks were still around.
Yeah.
I haven't seen one in years.
Yep.
Ice cream truck.
But these
Wow, that's
people
crazy.
taking over America. They just are. I don't know what else to say about that. That's just a fact.
Um,
And
well,
to prove it, you
it's
can look at
not
it.
enough of them.
Huh?
It's not really enough of them to do that. But
No,
you
no,
know,
it is because they don't need the numbers. They just need the money. And then whenever you got enough money to buy the damn president of the United States, like these people have, so much so that the United States uses our military for them and keep sending them fucking reparations, keep paying them. The Jewish, the Israel would not exist if our tax dollars didn't go to Israel. We send an ungodly amount of money to Israel every goddamn time, so they can fucking survive. It just is.
well, it's not just for their survival. We there it was also uh, uh, colonial settlement that was set up over there that the United States they would so they could have a foothold in the Middle East. That was part of it too.
Well, no, I
So
get that. So we got what you call them things? We got places all over the world in different countries, but we don't pay them. We don't pay. We not paying Germany. We not paying Japan. We not paying all them places like that.
they're not part. They're not our colonial settlement. They're not our colonial settlement though.
What you mean
Israel
colonial
is.
settlement?
That's all that they went over there and gave them people that land. They colonized that whole thing and look at how they treat the indigenous, the people who were there. Them Europeans that went over there. It's a colonial settlement set up.
No,
That's what that is.
now see now you're gonna get me going to Rockefellers. The
But
Rockefellers
the
the Rockefellers made an agreement and they told the Jews that they can only have so much land in Palestine. That's what it says in the letter because there's a letter out there. They can only have so much land in Palestine. They called it Palestine. But when the Jews got over there to Palestine, they started expanding, and that didn't go anything. It didn't go anything aligned with what that letter was saying. So I don't know how the Americans got involved in that, but that was the Rockefellers telling Jews that they can go over there to Palestine and live in that land.
well, when they gave them that land, America was all involved in that. That's not how they just got it. They were all involved in that after
I
World
think
War Two.
I think that was
After World War Two.
I think I looked at
It
letter.
wasn't just America, it was other countries, a lot of the European countries, Britain and different things like that, because a lot of certain parts of Palestine, the Brits, they had that colonized. If you remember, they had that colonized too.
It
So it
says that
wasn't.
we send $3.8 billion to Israel every year, and then we send $500 million to them for their Iron Drone program. That is ridiculous. That is crazy. But let me look up this Jewish letter. Oh Lord, that's a whole lot. Hold on, I read it on here one night. See, they was running from the Nazis.
But that the war was over by then.
And it says something about the Rockefellers sent a noble letter pledging $500,000 to the American Jewish Joint Agricultural Corporation to support the Jew settlement. I don't remember. Well, I can't find it. They ain't finna look for it. But I get the I get the American involvement and all that kind of stuff. But my point is, our Constitution and our country is a sovereign, and we have our own country, and we should not be this intertangled with another foreign entity. There is no way we should be sending billions of dollars to another country like we do.
But they chose to be entangled with them.
Our government did.
United States.
And I'm telling our government did, and I'm telling you
Yeah, they did.
That's wrong. That is wrong. There is no other relationship like that on the goddamn planet, because countries are sovereign, and we should not.
Yeah, but
go ahead.
You got to ask yourself, why did we choose to do? Why did we do that?
Because they paying us. I mean, it's clear that we get money from them.
No, we don't get no money from them. It's so they can their foot is strong. Their foot, and to have a stronghold over in that region.
Okay, so let me give you a modern day example of how that is not working out. We are in Israel with our foothold, right? And we're having a war with Iran. And Iran is kicking our ass. So that foothold that they supposed to have over there is useless, because we cannot win a war against a country like Iran. So I don't know. I get what you're saying, so they could be positioned in that area and all that kind of shit, but it's kind of useless if we can't go to Israel and fight this war and win against Iran. You know, it's crazy.
No, I'm saying the situation has gotten it's gotten out of control, and then also you have to look at the president that we have right now. No other U.S. president ever would have done this. And no U.S. president would have done this.
No. The proper way the proper way to go to war with Iran, well, it would have been for them to attack us first. That's normally how we go to war. And then if a country attacks us first, then we rally the allies through NATO, and we all go over there together. That's how that usually works. But that is not the case this time.
That's not what happened.
Yeah.
But Benjamin Netanyahu had for years, for decades, have been trying to get the U.S. to go, and they all was like, no. And what they would do, Ronald Reagan was one president with them settlements and stuff over there they had going over there in West Bank, when they used to be getting out of control with them settlements and stuff, taking over them settlements when they weren't supposed to do it. He would make them back off, and no other U.S. president. Donald Trump wasn't the only first U.S. president that he tried to, and he found a gump in Trump, and Trump did it. He found a gump in Trump, and Trump did it. And that's what's happening right now.
Yeah.
So, no other U.S. president would have done that.
Yep. So that shows you how much of an idiot of a president we have to fall.
That Donald Trump is.
And then I forgot to mention the more American casualties this week. I think they said it was 3, but I'm not sure of the number. But they're getting soldiers killed over there. They're getting soldiers killed.
And something like 400 injured. But you know what? We don't really know the true numbers. We really don't.
No, they're lying. They're lying about it. They're lying about it.
Yeah, they're lying about the true numbers. So we really don't know the true numbers over there. And not one of them should be dead. And it's not just the soldiers that are dead. What about like the civilians over there that has been killed? This should not be. This should not be. But,
okay. Here it's the Balfour letter from the Rothschilds, It says it's commonly known as the Balfour Declaration,
Yeah, I
a
heard about that. Go ahead.
67-word public statement issued by British government November the 2nd, 1917, sent by Foreign Secretary Arthur Belfort to Lord Walter Rothschild, a leader of the British Zionist movement, a letter that declared British support for the national home of the Jewish people in Palestine. So that's the letter that I was talking about. But I don't want to insinuate that I'm excluding the American involvement in the Jewish establishment over there. I'm just saying that this was one of the things that kicked this off in Palestine and gave them only a small area of land and said that this is where
Yeah,
you're supposed to settle at.
that's why they would get on them when they would be down over in the settlements and stuff
Yeah.
over in the West Bank, because y'all wasn't supposed to be over there getting more. It's so deep, and I have a lot more to learn about it. It's so not simple, and it's so deep. The whole thing when that whole thing was created over there, it's so deep, and it's so much to have to go to get into to learn it all that I don't really even discuss it because it's too much that I don't know. The
Yeah.
little bit that I do know, it's deep,
Yeah. I
but
mean,
it's just
and it just get worse and worse as time goes on, and we the one who pay the consequences because American people, especially the Democrats right now, do not support Israel. We just don't. We don't
no.
support the Zionists. We don't support what they're doing. We don't support them killing people. We don't support the war. We don't support our money going over there so they can actually commit genocide. The American people, especially the left, don't support none of that, you know. And a lot of
Well,
people on
Tyrone,
the
the MAGAs don't either.
that's
They
what I was getting
want
ready
the
to say.
relationship cut off too.
That's what I was getting ready to say. A lot of people on the right don't support it either.
So I'm just curious to see how our relationship with Israel will be going forward, because too, but the majority of the American people want it cut off. So we have to see how that's gonna be. Gonna have to see how that's gonna be. I'm curious if live long enough, anything can happen. But how is it going to be moving forward?
In this
Because
country,
people want.
the Democrats will most likely win in 2028, right? But the problem we
Yeah.
have is these policies will be really entrenched into our society. And the Democrats are so spineless that they're not going
Yeah.
to go item by item and undo a lot of this shit that's got established. I can guarantee you the voting rights is going to stay repealed like it is. I can guarantee you
I agree.
anything that happened to Black Americans up under the Trump administration, the Democrats
They're
ain't gonna
gonna
do a
stay.
goddamn thing about it. They just aren't.
They're gonna let it stand. I
A,
agree.
a lot of these, like them getting rid of the education department, they might do something to reinstate a smaller version of that. You get what I'm saying? So
Yeah, yes.
the Democrats ain't gonna do what we want them to do. What we need
No,
is these damn Democratic socialists like Mondami and
I
others
agree.
to take over. The extreme
I
left
agree.
of the goddamn party needs to take over. That's what needs to happen. So they can
I
shut
agree.
because the Supreme Court need to be what is it now, 9 on there? So they need what,
Expanded.
9, 10, 11. What they got 3? What is it, 3, 6? So how many do they need to get the majority? However many judges they need to get the majority, the Constitution allows them to put that amount of judges on the Supreme Court. The Democrats need to immediately put those judges in place so they can roll back all of these policies. They can outvote those fucking conservative judges and actually put this country back on the right track. But they're gonna be too scared
They
to
need
do
to
it.
expand it. The court needs to be expanded by at least 2 more.
No,
They need to
that
add
won't
2
be
more
enough.
judges.
That won't be enough.
I said at least Two more.
No, you need to outnumber the conservatives. So if you got 6 conservatives, you need
But you can't just do it like that,
yeah,
Tyrone. You can't.
the Constitution allows it. It does. So we're talking about 5 judges. Because 5, 6, 7. Yeah. So if you get 5 judges plus the 2 Democrats or liberals that's on there now, then you'll have 7 judges versus 6. That's all they need. And the Constitution allows you to put those 5 judges on there. There is no limitation on how many judges.
They allow you to put them there, but you just can't say because we're going to expand the court and put all liberal judges. I don't. They're not going to do that.
That's exactly what they just did. They put all conservative judges on there. So we're talking about doing what
they did. They took the picks and the choices and they stole one of Obama's.
Yeah. So what I'm telling you is the Democrats can do the same thing with 5 new judges, and the Constitution allows you to give those judges terms. You know that they're not using the Constitution the way they're supposed to. But the only thing with giving the judges terms. This is the weird thing about the Supreme Court, I think, and this is what I've heard. I didn't read this, verified. But whenever you give the Supreme Court judge a term, the Supreme Court got to vote on it, on those terms. And I don't think the Supreme Court will actually vote on those terms. But that's not the point. The point is, if the Democrats take charge, they need 5 Supreme Court judges. That's what they need.
They need to expand the court. That's what I was just saying. The court needs to be expanded, because if they don't, and they're not going to, all of the damage, a lot of the damage and things that's been done, especially as you stated, to our community. I don't see them changing any of those things. Now, as far as them removing a lot of the things in the museums and around the country, they will do superficial things like that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But as far as like a lot of the damage with the Voting Rights Act and different things like that, then I don't see them.
And I'll tell you another dumb thing that the Democrats is going to do. They're going to allow ICE to stay in existence. ICE is it is a new organization. It's kind of new. It's probably the newest one up there. But they can get rid of it. They can get rid of fucking ICE. We already got Homeland Security. So they can get rid of ICE. But because the white Republicans put them in place and established them as law enforcement people, the Democrats are so scared and so weak that they're going to still allow ICE to exist. You know, and that's the problem.
They'll take their numbers down.
They're probably not fund them as much and all this kind of stuff. They probably won't have as many.
The numbers, but they're gonna leave it in place. Though.
Yeah, because they don't want to hear the pushback about them abolishing the police and all that kind of bullshit, which is weak. I wouldn't give a fuck. You know, as long as I'm in party, I'm gonna do it to empower. I'm gonna do what the fuck I need to do to set this country back on the right track. Is my thinking.
They did.
But they're not gonna do it.
Democrats not gonna do that. And then we're gonna start like people were saying. I don't want to hear nothing about that the country needs to heal. I don't want to hear nothing about no healing.
Yeah.
Because they're going to start that talk. Because they did that after January 6th and the whole mess with Trump, how the country was so divided and how we need to heal. And I don't want to hear nothing about how we need to heal. Screw healing.
Well,
Get in and
go ahead.
Oh, and another thing. Like a lot of these agencies, put a lot of these agencies back, and a lot of regulatory agencies, different things like that. Put all that stuff back, so we could get some regulation and stuff. Because just like this stuff that's going on with the salad right now.
Yeah, they drew a direct line. They drew a direct line to RFK, causing this shit.
And then with the people with the illness that's out there, I forget which farms is that sells
the diarrhea stuff.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say, which
it was Taco Bell and it was Taylor Industries or Taylor Farms or something like that.
Yeah, Taylor Farms. Yes. And guess how? And then they said that the CDC. Did you hear about that? The CDC apologized to them for saying that it started with their lettuce and their farm. They said that the CDC made a public apology to them. You know, Taylor Farms donated to Trump's Make America Great.
Yeah, that's why they apologized. And
That's why they
they
apologize.
probably guilty
So
of it.
yeah, a lot of people say they're guilty of it because they run a shitty farm and shit. They don't even have the people that they have, and it's crap. And all they did was went to Trump and them. So we have no oversight. That's the type of stuff that the Democrats need to get back on oversight, different things like that. Let's get back into when it comes to the climate control, the different things like that. Because a lot of things, but you know what? I just don't see them coming out forceful with it like that. I don't.
Well, I hope they receiving a message, because Hakeem Jeffers is upset now that a lot of these Democratic socialists are winning their races compared to the centrist Democrats. So I hope that's sending them a goddamn message. And the problem that
It
we
should
have,
send them a message.
the problem that we have on the left is the white sympathy, liberal or Democrat that sympathizes with the Republican Party. Every time we get in charge, everything we do, we got to get it approved by the right or Fox News.
Yeah.
That's just the way they do it. And those are white fucking goddamn liberals that actually has this attitude. You know, even a good example was Graham Plattner in Maine. When everybody was telling you, I know I said it, whenever they said he had a racist tattoo, I said that motherfucker ain't no goddamn good. He got a racist motherfucking tattoo. And then the white liberals got on here, well, he got it covered up. And as you know, when you young, you do things that you really don't mean, and all that kind of bullshit protecting the white fucking racists. And that's the way the white liberal think, is that the other side can come around. And I've always said, I don't give a shit if you are MAGA and you change your mind. Fuck you, because everything that you stood for in your past was racist and against me. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if you say, I changed my mind and all that kind of shit. Well, go change your mind and do something to prove it, but don't try to prove it to me, because I'm not accepting you. I'm not accepting no goddamn MAGA. After they went to those damn racist goddamn KKK rallies, talked about black people, kicked black people out of their rallies, and cheering on the death of George Floyd and all this. No, no, I can't. Fuck y'all. You know, if you vote Democrat, fine. I don't give a shit, but I'm not going to be standing up here cheering for your ass whenever you do. A lot of people
trying to make peace and coming together. There is no peace in coming together.
A lot of people was trying to embrace Tucker Carlson as he spoke against Donald Trump. Y'all must be out of your goddamn mind. A lot of people were trying to do that to Candace Owens. Y'all crazy as fuck. Y'all don't remember what these people were saying about the goddamn community? These people are the reason that we're in this predicament. And now you want them on the other side? No. There's a political organization called Unfuck America. And it's a left organization. And they invited on that racist, what is that guy name? The racist that went to L.A. and got beat up, Jake Lang. They invited on that racist Jake Lang to debate a Democrat. So you're a leftist organization, and you are inviting somebody who tells black people that they need to be lynching, telling the black community that our family structure is fucked up, calling us niggas, and all of the racist epithets. You're a left organization, and you want to have an interview with this guy. This is why the left is fucked up, because they want to open their arms to anybody white. That's why I say I can't fuck with them. Even if they change their goddamn mind, I can't fuck with them. Just like Sergeant ABC, I'll get them on here and talk to them for entertainment because they funny as shit. But I can't fuck with them damn men. They full of shit. They are full of shit. They are supporting people who want to see their own community downfall. I don't understand that logic. That's stupid. That is the dumbest thing that anybody could ever do that has melanin. That just don't make no sense to me.
No, I agree with you on all of that. I couldn't mess with them off this phone.
Yeah.
Not off this phone. Because them people, they willing to go along with any type of foolishness that will see me and mine dead.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
So
that's why I say if MAGA change their mind, then that's fine. Change your mind. Go vote Democrat. Do you, boo? But
Uh-huh.
don't expect me to embrace you. That is not going to happen. That is
No,
just not
I
going to happen.
welcome Tucker Carlson. I welcome Tucker Carlson and what's her name?
Candace Owens.
Candace, what's that ugly little skinny woman that's fussing against them now? She has her own show. What is her name?
Oh,
She's
Megan Kelly. Megan Kelly.
Megan Kelly. I despise all of them. They all could jump off the side of the earth, as far as I'm concerned. And I welcome all of them fussing about them and trying to get the MAGA people to wake up. I welcome that. Do that. More of it. But I would never trust you.
Yeah.
Ever.
You can't. There's no way. Now, after all the hate and vitriol that came towards our community, our people, calling us
not
fucking
just us,
criminals,
against the entire country.
Yeah, this is crazy. It's crazy. Now you want to wake up and see what we've been saying the entire goddamn time. We've been saying the same shit that y'all realizing now. That shows me there's something wrong with your mental anyway, because you didn't catch on. You know.
But then they half-ass telling the truth. They tell some of the truth, but you'll never get them to say. Some of them will, one or two of them will, but you'll never get them to say, "Well, we were told all of this." And
No,
lefties.
That's a surefire sign. That's a surefire sign that you cannot trust them, because if they can't be honest,
they won't say it.
Yeah, if they can't be honest enough to say that the Democrats been saying this the whole time, or especially Black America been saying this the whole goddamn time, then they full of shit. They show full of shit.
No, it won't say it. That not just the Democrats, the lefties, the progressive blacks, whoever was saying this is what it was going to be. They try to make out like they just discovering it now.
Yeah.
So Tucker Carlson cannot be trusted because he's hated Trump back when Trump was in office the first time. He had, but he went along with that BS. So no, you can't trust it. And Candace on with her lying mouth, all of them. And Marjorie Taylor Greene throw her over in there too.
Yeah, they were trying to bring her over. What the fuck is wrong with y'all?
And they talk about this whole thing that's going on with Iran. Well,
yeah, I remember.
Obama's deal.
Go ahead.
Was the whole a deal that Barack or the Obama administration had with Iran? That was just a terrible, horrible deal, and they did this and this and that. And if Trump isn't careful, he's gonna have a deal that's much worse than that. You know, it's that side slick talk that I don't pay attention to. So no, those people cannot be trusted at all.
Yeah, I remember when Marjorie Taylor Greene made this comment about Black America and Black families, and I said, he said, I got Black friends. They're just as stupid as Black people or some shit. She said, I forgot what it was, but it was racist. And I mean that's in the on the internet forever. She's a goddamn racist. So I could never trust anybody like that. But for some reason, the white liberal forgets about all the racist shit, and the reason that they do that because they don't give a damn about racism. They try to downplay it and all this kind of bullshit. They've been programmed to think that racism don't exist and it's back in the day and all that kind of. No, racism is prominent. That's why you had the man killed on the streets today in Minnesota. They just murdered a goddamn black man laying on his goddamn back in the fetal position. The man shot the police officer shot him in the head 3 times.
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't online much at all today, so I missed that.
Oh, you gonna hear about it, man. Madison, Wisconsin. It was a police shooting, and they murdered the man right there on video. They did.
Wow. The white lefties would wish that we could just move on with that, and they could jump on Free Palestine. They could jump on, and I'm for all that too. But they would prefer that we just shut up about a lot of things, and that they could just move on. and and pick up other causes and do other things. That's part of the problem
because
with them.
they got the DNA of white people in America that wants to pretend that slavery didn't have the effect that it's having on us today. So with their politics, they want to ignore it and act like we're just like everybody else, and that's just not the case. That is just not.
And get that vote.
Yeah.
And get that vote.
Yeah, so now James Tallarico down there in Texas, I seen that he had a meeting with black people down there.
Begging.
They was doing good. I like the question that they was answering, that they was asking, and all that kind of stuff. So I guess he answered it all right, but he should have been doing that if he wanted to fight for the black vote, you know.
Well,
and then one of the questions was, can you tell your supporters online to stop harassing Jasmine Crockett? And he went on to answer that and told people who support him that Jasmine Crockett, you need to keep her name out of y'all mouth. Jasmine Crockett endorsed me, and that is she's fighting for down ballot people, and y'all should not be messing with Jasmine Crockett. So I like that kind of answer.
Because his team, they allowed that to go out there and trash her and to say that she was getting money from APAC and stuff when they knew a lot of that stuff was lies.
Yeah.
And like people said, the thing is, Texas got a lot of black people there. And if you want to win, you're going to need them. And a lot of things they say, and you need to go to black media. You need to go around to the black media and do the black media thing. You got, like that, what's that song by, what's her name? Vanessa Williams.
Mm-hmm.
You got work to do, buddy. You got a lot of work to do.
Well, he offered $25 million for black outreach. So I think that was a good offer. You know, he could do more, I think, but he did offer that.
He could do more. But he needs them.
Who's this unknown caller?
Hey, yo, Big OC.
Hey, what's up,
Hey,
Big OC? Well, you called in when I'm getting ready to get my ass up off here. What you got?
No, I just tapped in. We're listening on Tallarico. I think a lot of these people are just moving towards, you know, the populist, mindset, right? Kind of like Trump, right? It's like Tallarico wasn't fucking with niggas, but he's hearing it in the wind, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tangibles. We need you to give us something for our vote. So okay, I'm gonna go out there and give some lip service. $25 million for outreach. What does that mean?
Yeah. That's why I said he could do more.
Because Brandon Tatum was part of black outreach for Donald Trump. What the fuck did that mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So who gets the money? Where are they going? How's that money getting spent? So I don't know.
See, whenever you ask that question in a political race, some of that money supposed to, because this is what Roland Martin was complaining about, it's supposed to go to black media and all that kind of shit. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
Yeah. So Roland Martin should be getting $1 million. If you talk.
No, I was saying that he was complaining about the same thing during the Kamala Harris campaign. So whenever I hear money going toward black outreach, I'm assuming that it's going to go toward black media, black publications to help him campaign. That's what I'm assuming.
And see, once again, that's that politics where Talk Real Solutions. You could have been a media arm, Tyrone. You could have been a media arm, reaching out to them politicians, getting that little, you know, maybe they'll send you 2,500 4 G's to run a commercial. You know what I'm saying? Whatever.
50,000, 100,000.
That little commercial. You know what I mean? Shit, anything. It's like I said, they pandering, so they got to do the outreach. You know what I'm saying? They don't know what big or small, who is what.
Yeah.
They don't know.
All right, well, I got ABC on the line. What's up, ABC?
Hey, what's happening, man? Hey, I just wanted to thank you for what you said about Israel and that kind of thing. And you're coming around. It's even more to it. You'll get there, but yeah, man, those people it's everything right now. They got all kinds of power and control over this country. They own our government. They got Trump. They got him with the whole thing. We're gonna kill you if you don't do this or that shit. Plus, they gave him hundreds of millions of dollars, and now they got the NDAA going on. So that's
The
what it's all about. I was arguing with Sarge in the chat.
the
I don't know
NDAA, what is that?
that national, what do you call it? National, it's the Defense Authorization.
Oh
And
yeah. I got you.
yeah, and what they did, look, this is crazy, man. It's all over. You can search it on YouTube, but they have integrated our military with theirs. Supposed to be we sharing information, but now they have access to all our secrets and shit. And that's Israel. They gonna take over. They gonna control that shit. Trump will be out of office and they'll be doing whatever. It's really bad. This is treason. And a lot of people.
Well, let me ask you this
Yeah.
right here. Let me ask you this, ABC, because you're anti-democrat and you're anti-Israel, right? And let me ask you this:
Yeah.
if a Democratic administration take over, right? I know you're not going to support
Yeah.
them, but if they do something about this relationship between Israel, like start cutting ties and stuff, would you?
Shit, I might vote for him.
Oh, okay.
Maybe.
I was just asking. That was just.
I'm against everything else today about all that gay shit and all the illegal immigration.
Look,
stuff.
we were just talking about all the closeted
Let's
gays,
talk about that.
all the closeted gays that you voted for, all the closeted gays that you voted
I didn't vote for nobody. All of these people, they all gay. Because Israel is gay and Israel controls everybody. AIPAC is gay. That's what it's about. That stuff is, man, it's a cult. It's a evil cult is what it is. And they control all of them. And they get away with it with that AIPAC. And when that one president was like, oh, who's that one president? John F. Kennedy. When he was like, hey, what's up with this AIPAC? Bam, he got killed. That shit is crazy,
I didn't
man.
put it in that perspective. So
It's
Kennedy was questioning our relationship with Israel.
Yeah, big time.
Okay.
He didn't want them to get the nuclear stuff and all that kind of shit. I don't know all the details, but it was
Yeah,
had
I
to do
didn't
with
hear that. I didn't hear that angle from it.
Yeah, and that's like you mentioned, and I was glad that you read about the Balfour Agreement.
Yeah.
Sarge was in there talking about, all this military and negotiation. Man, shut the shit was to give these people a country, but I do think it was about recolonizing it or colonizing it for
It
white
was.
folks.
It was
Well, but
about
they only
colonizing,
gave him
yeah.
they gave them a finite amount of land. They only gave them an area
Yeah, but
in
that's a
Palestine,
start.
and then Israel started killing the goddamn Palestinians and running them out. And anybody say shit
It was
about
always the intention, though, man. The longest journey starts with the first step, some shit like that. This plan was already there. They came in like, well, we got to do something. It was so crazy. We need to give them land. Okay, we're just gonna give them this little part, and they Jewish, so that's where Israel started and all that kind of stuff. So we just gonna have this little part. And
Yeah.
then what is it? Britain was there protecting them and all this stuff. We're
Yeah.
just gonna be a protectorate, not blah blah blah. And then supposedly they bombing up. Well, I'm sure they did bomb up some stuff like terrorists against Britain. But the plan was this is a play. He set up. We helping these poor Jews. Then Britain comes in and helps them, and they clear out the place to make it safe for them. Then after they do that, the Jews like, okay, we don't need you anymore. Get out. And the shit is, it played out the way it is. How does this little group that needed help suddenly able to push out the big bad Britain? Because it was supposed to happen like this. This is all a fucking script. And now they own the world. They did take it over the world superpower, the U.S., through our military and owning the president. The shit ain't never gonna be the same now. They in there for good.
Yeah.
So
That's what I'm afraid of. Is
Yeah.
that if the Democrats do take over, there are so many Democrats that capitulate to Israel that
exactly.
It's gonna be the same.
Hey, this is a quick question I have. Tyrone, you an ex-soldier, Sarge, ex robot. Do y'all hear any black people having a mass exodus from the military? Because it seems like they're hostile to niggas right now.
No, I don't.
Have you
I don't.
heard
I don't even think
anything?
that's reasonable
I don't
because
think the black folks are in the military even worried about this shit.
yeah, because
I heard you said it sounded like they hostile, but I'm not
it's
aware.
it's more than politics to people that's in the military, man. That's their job. They're taking care of their families, so there's no options in the economy. So I don't think there's gonna be no mass exodus for black people out of the military.
And the other thing,
it's just yes a boss, yes a boss.
It's not even about that. You going to the extreme. People need to work.
What do you mean I'm going to the extreme? Yeah,
Because
people, they putting their life on the line for somebody that talking like they don't like him.
Yeah, but you got to
And they
compare.
steady going out there.
You got to compare the job opportunity that the military offers.
Hey, Tyrone, I'm not going to compare it because everybody ain't in the military. So that ain't
Okay, but
the only
I'm
option.
answering your damn question. You don't want to hear my goddamn answer. What the fuck?
You acting like there ain't no jobs out there. So I gotta go.
There ain't no goddamn job. I'm trying to explain it to you, but you're not listening to me. You will not find a civilian job. You will not find a civilian. You will not find a civilian job that offer you all the benefits and the pay that the military offers Black America. That just ain't a
that's
thing.
what I was gonna say. Yeah, but hold on, Tyrone, hold on a second. I think Big OC has a point as far as like, look, people can still work. But the thing, Big OC, you said about how hostile it is towards the black folks. I don't know this got too bad. I ain't heard nothing about it. But to
what's
what
coming
Tyrone
next,
just
though?
said,
If leadership can talk like
just hold
that,
on a
what's
second, man.
coming next?
To what Tyrone just said, the benefits that you get in there, plus, man, it's another world. It ain't like America. I mean, you have to work as a team. It's forced on you. And you get used to it, and it's just kind of everybody's chill. You're going to have some assholes here and there. I'm sure there's some racists that are through there, but it ain't enough it doesn't permeate to where you have to walk around in cliques, the blacks against the whites and
Well,
shit.
yeah, and that's what Big OC don't get is that it's a whole different community society in there. So whenever you go to the military, the training is geared towards erasing the race line. It's been in the military. I was getting ready to tell you.
When did it start?
I'm trying to tell you if you shut the fuck up. Good Lord. I mean, it's always been there. And I'm telling you, there was training in the military. I was what they call a CO2 trainer. I forgot what the abbreviation stands for, but it's a counselor that talks about race divisions in the military. So what I would do is I would set up classes and I would have soldiers come in and I would give instructions on race issues in America. I would have listen to what I'm saying though.
So if you was in the military today, you would have been fired.
Well, I don't know about all that because they still. No, I'm trying to tell you the organization.
Like woke shit.
Okay, I don't give a fuck what you think. I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you how it was fucking structured. But each unit has a number of facilitators that have courses on a regular basis addressing diversity issues, addressing race issues, addressing sexual issues, and we train on that shit all the goddamn time. So what I'm telling you, even though Trump is in the office, that is a established way of society in the military that I'm pretty sure still exists.
It can't.
You think it still exists, Tyrone? You really do think it still exists?
I'm pretty sure it still exists.
It has to. It's gonna be a killing machine. They be fighting each other and trying to fight the enemy at the same time.
And all of us is on the outside throwing rocks, right? So we don't know exactly what the structure looks like. But I'm telling you, when we was in there was racists. And if one of them hung up a damn rebel flag in their barracks, they got wrote up or either kicked out for being goddamn racist. When I was a recruiter, if you joined the Army with a goddamn racist tattoo on you, you had to go get it removed or you could not join the Army. That's just the way it was. I don't know about now since Pete Headchef has got a goddamn racist tattoo on it.
I think that's what Big OC is asking. Pete Headchef is running things now. Do you think it's still all this diversity training?
Well, I don't know. I'm not that entangled. But I got Miss Lady. Wait a minute. Hold on. I got Miss Lady line open, and I open another line. Who else line besides Miss Lady?
Somebody who needs to come in on this shit.
Okay, well you hold on. You hold on. Let Miss Lady talk, and then you can go after her.
Yes, hi Tyrone.
What's happening?
That was always skeptical of black people joining the military under the current presidency. And I would like to know from people that are currently in there, and I know they have to be careful what they say. Are there any kind of anonymous online groups or whatever that black people have? Because I don't trust that. I don't know when you joined the military. Who was the president when you joined the military?
Oh, I was in there when Reagan and going forward, and Barack Obama signed my discharge papers.
Oh, okay. So that was during the era where affirmative action was in and it was being promoted. It's not being promoted now. In fact, that's over with. And so I would really like to know I'm sure some of those training programs have changed.
Well, they could have,
Because
but I
they're
was just trying to give Big Oz the example of how the military deal with racism, with the consideration of other facilitators, and there was a whole lot of stuff. EO, I was an equal opportunity NCO. I had classes on equal opportunity. They was just like if you become an NCO, you get to volunteer for these classes and you get to teach your unit about what is acceptable in society and all that kind of stuff. And that's a constant thing in the military.
Well, what would you do?
I understand that, but I'm just saying under this current regime, they're anti-DEI, they're anti-women, they're anti-gay, they're really black, I think.
They're anti-everything. They're
Well,
anti-everything.
I mean, I understand.
Except white men. So I just wonder what kind of changes
Right.
have taken place or they project that are going to be taking place. And even if they have those positions still filled, who are they filled with? Because see, they can now have, white man ahead of the EEOC doing what you did in the military. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so it's. I just wonder, like, in real time, what is it really like?
Right.
Yeah,
So let me
who your commanding officers are.
Let me just
have classes.
Let me
Y'all
just
have classes and training to get y'all bullet head motherfuckers correct.
Okay.
So now you got somebody in there talking crazy.
You got people that ain't been in the military.
Okay, well, that's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to say,
what it
ABC.
is.
I'm trying to say is the only way to answer this question is correctly is for us to do the research and find out what the structure internally of the military is right now. I'm just telling you from when I was in there what we did to address diversity and racism in the Army at that time. Now, do they still exist? I can't sit up here and say yay or nay, just like you guys are assuming
because they're
that
not
they got rid
promoting
of.
Diversity anymore. They're
Well,
not doing that.
Well, we don't know. We do not listen to what I'm
You're
saying.
saying we're assuming, but we do hear what's directly coming out of the mouth of the leader of the Army. And
Okay, but you're assuming the internal structures. You're assuming that the internal structure of the military is following suit with this dumb shit. You're just assuming that. You don't know that.
Hey, Tyrone, can I throw something out there?
I can look up who's been fired, what general's been fired, and
well, yeah, that's another level.
Asking, oh, look at you. Well, that's up. Well. Come on, man. We all see it.
Because I mean, listen, you're trying to tell me an answer that you know what you're talking about when you clearly don't.
I'm not telling you nothing. I'm just going off what I see.
All right, so let ABC talk and then let Sarge talk.
Yeah, I just want to say this. I do think, I think that Israel is pulling our country down. I think they did all this, confusion with the gender stuff, but the illegal immigrants. I think they are working at bringing down the country. So through that, I can see how it can infiltrate the military and it could hurt it. But separate from that, though, the point of the military, I know how it was back with segregation or something, but it can't function if we fight each other. So it doesn't make sense. There's no way that the military will, promote this what do you call it? Not working together amongst the people, black, white, and all this kind of stuff. Even with the gay stuff that's going on, I can't imagine that they ain't attacking it, that they're attacking it all throughout because you can't function. Our job is, especially we got a war going on now. So it doesn't make sense. I mean, unless we know that there's an active reason to bring down the military. if you know that, then just let it be known. But if you don't know it, then it doesn't make sense that.
Well, I'm reading an article. an NPR article recent. It says the Pentagon says its goal is to cull material, that means to get rid of it, related to diversity and cultural awareness under orders from President Trump and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. It says the removal of web pages about American role models from Jackie Robinson's military service to female pilots who have flown the B-2 stealth bomb triggered outrage and suspicion. So they're talking about, I don't know. I just would like to know
They getting rid of black stuff.
Well, yeah, no. Miss Lady is absolutely correct.
The Tuskegee Airmen, they're getting rid of that stuff too.
Okay, yes, y'all are correct. They was talking about the Tuskegee Airmen.
But we don't know the internal people.
Okay, listen, motherfucker, you gonna be like Sergeant when I start talking. You gonna start talking at the same goddamn time. Is that how we gonna do this? Because I heard you, and I'm trying to say something. Y'all are right. They did talk about that stuff. But I also remember reading a report saying that they had to replace the Tuskegee Airmen. So I don't know about the other stuff that Miss Lady pointed out, but they did try to take the Tuskegee Airmen out of that base, but they had to put it back. Y'all don't remember that?
Yeah, but the fact is they tried to take it, Tyrone.
They
had to put it back. I seen it.
But they
okay, so let Sarge go.
But their intent is, what their goal is.
It ain't no lie, Sarge.
It's not a lie.
It's not a lie, Sarge. It did happen.
Yes, it is a lie. It was malicious compliance.
Okay, Sarge.
Malicious compliance.
Sarge,
they have a word for it.
Wait a minute.
They found the people who did it.
Okay.
They even took that. Shut up, nigga. I heard your snide remarks. You have no understanding of honor.
Okay, so okay, but still, this is. But hold on for a second. This is still my show.
That little bastard. He's got no understanding of military honor.
Okay, so hold on for a second. This is still. I will as soon as I say this. Okay, I will as soon as I say this. So all y'all shut the fuck up and let me say what I got to goddamn say. I will say it. Listen, this is still my show, and what I want to do. Okay, can you please shut the fuck up? What I want to do is say, "Hey, Sarge, how you doing?" And can you please?
How you doing, man?
Okay, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Can you please take it down a couple of notches?
It's hard to do with this little punk on the line.
Okay, so go ahead with your comment.
Got too many dead buddies who would kick his ass.
Go ahead.
I bet you don't. Not them old
All right, now
niggas.
shut up, nigga. Mute that bastard.
Not them old niggas.
Go ahead.
All right, now I'm going to tell you something. You got to understand one thing about this armed forces in 2026. For the first time in 15 years, the United States Army alone has surpassed its recruiting goals to include its recruiting goals for minorities and, yes, black people. For 15 years, they haven't had seen recruiting goals this high. That's in every one of the armed forces. So I don't give a fuck what y'all say about Pete Hegseth. He is getting people in the armed forces. Number two, they didn't try to get rid of the Tuskegee Airmen. That was what is known as malicious compliance. When he issued his rulings, they even got rid of the Enola Gay. Do you know who the Enola Gay was? That was the B-29 superfortress that dropped the atomic bomb in Hiroshima. Why did they do it? They wanted to show Pete Hegseth and make him look stupid. Well, we got to get rid of the name, the B-29, named after Colonel Tibbetts' mother. He was the pilot that dropped the bomb on Hiroshima. Well, we got to get rid of it because gay is in her name. Ha, 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 ha. And then who got the blame for it? Hegseth. That was malicious compliance from lower-level administrators doing all of that shit. They corrected it. Shut up, Big O, so you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Hey, Tyrone, real quick.
Shut up.
Tyrone,
Wait a minute, nigga, shut up. I ain't finished.
Real quick, Tyrone.
Hey, tell a nigga to shut up, will you? You gonna mute him?
Do you have a pause in there?
Are you gonna mute this bastard or not? I heard you roll on, you rambling son of a bitch.
I wasn't rambling.
Yeah, you were. You always ramble. You don't know a goddamn thing.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you on that. You know, I feel
Stupid
you.
bastard. Tell him to
I just
shut
got a
up for a
couple
minute, will you?
questions. I got a couple questions, Tyrone.
Sarge,
Okay,
but Big OC, you got to let him finish. He just got on.
Yeah, but he filibustered.
You would have been muting me by now.
Okay, but I'm trying to control the
But
show.
I'm not yelling though. Sorry.
Big OC.
Yeah, but I'm putting facts on the table compared to what that fool did. Because he don't know nothing.
I got some questions. Tyrone, just one question real quick. Just I want to ask. Just one question about recruiting. Did they raise the age to enlist in the military?
Yeah, they did.
Okay, thank you. When? This year?
No, it was when I was recruiting years ago, man.
No. Did they raise it again?
Oh, no, I don't know recently if they raised the age.
Sarge, have they raised the age recently to enlist?
Yes, they have.
Why?
What is your point?
Why?
What is your point?
I'm just asking why.
Because they prefer to get more mature people. That's why. Good night. Man, so stupid. Anyway, let me finish what I had to say here, man. Because look, man. And this shit with Israel. There was a two-state partition solution in 1948. All the Arabs had to do was agree to it. They would have had Palestine in 1948. They couldn't tolerate the idea of the Jews living on 1/64th of the Middle East territory. And that's why they rejected it. That's why the war started. There would have been a Palestine in 1948. It's just a fact.
Palestine don't exist. The Jews say that don't exist, never existed.
Nigga, I told you, the UN voted it in. All the Arabs had to do was sign on the dotted line like the Israelis did.
The Jews say Palestine don't exist.
And they said, hell no, no Jews. Unite. The Middle East should be unite.
What are they doing in the West Bank, Sarge?
Dumbass fool. Read a fucking history book.
What are they doing in the West Bank, Sarge?
They conquered it because the Arabs tried to wipe out Israel in 1967 and failed. That's why.
That's a damn lie. That's a lie.
I don't believe nothing you say. I don't believe nothing you say.
They took the West Bank too, because that was part of Lebanon, you big stupid motherfucker. Will you read a history book?
Not yours. I'm definitely not yours.
You stupid cocksucker. That's why you're the dumbest son of a bitch.
You got them Florida.
Well, you must have gone to college, you stupid idiot.
I'm not reading them history books.
I'll go to hell.
Okay, the conversation was going really well up until then. It's going really well up until then. Up until now.
Gotta come in with the Israeli talking points.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's getting funded by AIPAC too.
I do too.
I'm not responsible. I gotta come up with a new word for dummies like you. Ignorant. You're an ignorant motherfucker. That's what you beyond ignorant. You're an ignorant.
Oh man.
Stupid motherfucker.
Sorry, did you serve an IDF? Did you do a bid in IDF, man?
I would say something, but I'm gonna hold my fire. If you do that shit again, I'm gonna fire on your ass.
I'm about to do it.
Do it.
Hey, sorry, did you serve an IDF, you buster?
No, I was doing your mama, you ignorant motherfucker. That's what I was doing. Probably your daddy, too.
Ooh, my goodness. You probably ran into him. Where was you at over in Nam? He was over there. He was a gunner.
I told you, and the pussy wasn't even no goddamn good.
He was a gunner. He was over there. You probably ran into him. He was in one of those saying down, bang, gang, dang, dang. One of them motherfuckers he was at. You probably ran into him.
Ain't nothing wrong with busting up when you get the opportunity, but you ain't supposed to get hung up in it. And I damn sure didn't.
You probably ran into 7 of my uncles that was there too.
I swear to God, man, you know what time it is there, don't you? You know what she was doing, don't you? Hey, family, fuck you a long time, G.I.
I know what you did over there. I know what all white men were doing. I know what the white man was doing over there. So I know what you was doing.
Yeah, you know a lot of goddamn things that ain't so, don't you? Yeah, you went to college, you damn fool, and you got a DEI college certificate.
I know enough.
Yeah, DE motherfucking I.
I know enough.
You hear that? DEI. College certificate. I went to college too. Graduated too. I guess I got DEI college certificate.
You didn't notice I was specifically referring to this dummy on the other end of the line I was speaking to.
Okay.
I didn't say anybody else. I said
Okay, so hold on for a second. There's another caller on the line. Who's this on the line?
Yeah, it's me again, Tyrone.
All right. Listen, Joe, I'm glad you came in, but I just want to remind everybody, if you can keep it calm, keep it rated G, just calm down. I'm not talking to anybody in particular. I'm just putting this message out there. So go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, see, this is the funny stuff that Sarge plays. He said that for the first time, the armies, met their recruiting goals. Sarge, could it be because the economy is so screwed up? Could it be because younger people and older people realize that the benefits of the military in terms of retirement are better than the private sector if you don't have a degree? You make it sound like they're doing it because they like Trump. You imply that. You don't say it, but you imply that they're doing it because maybe Hegseth or Trump is offering something that nobody else did. But the military is offering the same thing they've always offered. It's a path to retirement if you are not a degreed person or you don't want to go to college. If you do go to college, it enhances it. But for the average guy off the street, it's a good opportunity to structure your life so that you'll be successful in the end game.
Okay, Joe. Now you brought up something.
Hold on, Sarge. I want to speak to what Joe was talking about. Please shut up. Okay, you can, but I need to give this information.
Serious question. I like to answer.
You can answer it after I say this right here. I want to just let y'all know, compared to 2017, that's around the time I was in, the Army recruiting goal is 80,000 troops. That recruiting goal in 2026 is 60,000 troops. So what I'm trying to tell y'all is that they dropped the recruiting goal. So whenever people bragging about making the numbers, they're not putting in the same amount of Americans that they was putting in back in 2017. I just want to put that out there. But go ahead, Sarge.
Hey, Tyrone, we know Sarge is a liar, man. We know.
Motherfucker, will you tell that we gonna help him mute this motherfucker or not?
Calm down.
You do it to me in a heartbeat.
Okay, I don't mute nobody except for you. So.
Except for me. God damn you to hell. Now can I answer Joe's question?
Go ahead. I said you could.
All right. First of all, that is something to consider. Okay, you can certainly say that, anytime there's any sort of economic downturn, the armed forces is always an option for people who can't find a job anywhere else. So that's a given. But the reason I don't think that's so is because the numbers for combat arms, that is infantry, armor, artillery, special forces, combat engineers, is fulfilled, easily fulfilled. In some places, they had to turn away people applying and tell them to go to other MOSs. Now, that's why I think it is a desire to actually serve, because the only people usually who join initially combat arms are those who actually want to serve, because they're the most arduous.
Tyrone, can I ask you a question about what he just said? Because I don't know.
Yeah, and it's not true, but go ahead.
Okay, well, what I was going to ask, you answered it in a sense, because you're talking about combat. It's not that the people are joining for combat. They don't have a choice.
Arms.
It depends. Combat arms.
I didn't just say
People
combat.
don't have a choice.
Combat arms.
Combat arms, okay.
The job it is to find, fix, close with, engage, and destroy the enemy. That is combat arms.
Okay, I was asking Tyrone a question.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
If you, let's just say, your high school, you finished high school, but you're somewhat low skilled and things like that. Do you have a choice whether you would be combat arms
they base everything off of the ASVAB score. What you score on the test is the job that you get directed towards. When Sarge is saying that people are going towards combat armed because they want to serve, that is not true. The recruiters are told.
That's what I thought.
The recruiters are told to direct people into combat arms compared to the more technical jobs, compared to the medical jobs, compared to all the other jobs that the Army has. You want to go with combat arms. You want to go with the engineers. You want to go with field artillery. Those are the jobs that they try to tell you to put people in. See, I wasn't that type of recruiter, and that's why they didn't like me. If you got a score that allowed you to be in the medical field, I would say, look, dude, don't take this goddamn 11 Bravo job because you can do more, and they didn't like that about me, but that's what I did. So when Sarge saying that they join in combat armed because they want to serve, that's not necessarily the case. That's the option that they give to people at the medical entrance station. They call it MEPS. They give that's the only option. They'll take all the other options off the table, and they'll say you can join the army, and then they give them incentives. Okay, the incentives is like bonus money, or you can pay off your student loans, and then they had one more incentive. I forgot what it was. Oh, they offer you they offer you the incentive to pick your first duty station. So they offer you travel, bonus money, and to pay off your student loans. So that ain't because people want to join those fields. That's because you get incentives for joining those fields. So they pretty much paying people off to join those fields. So now listen. You do have your patriots, and they're normally white. And they normally, you know, they're the ones that
was there.
Yeah, they want. Well, hold on, shut up, sorry, don't cut me off. Shut the fuck up. They want to be Rambo, and they want to be patriotic. They looked at all the military movies, and that's the reason that they joined in the army. Yeah. But that's not the majority of the people. I'm telling you, Sarge. So I don't know what the hell you.
Okay, that's thanks, Tyrone, because I thought so. I needed you because that's what you did in here.
I know this for a fact. Ain't no doubt about it. In 1965, the airborne troops were disproportionately black. And what was the reason for that? You know why? Because them young black women back in 1965 and 66 and 67 wanted to be in the elite of the Army. So you had to volunteer for jump school. You had to volunteer for air mobile units. You had to volunteer for airborne. And again, disproportionately, those men were in the kind of units that they sent to Vietnam right away to get hit by the enemy.
Okay, so
to take the fight to the Viet Cong and the North Vietnamese.
So Sarge's once again.
Now I'm gonna tell you something, you stupid snide little punk nigga.
Okay.
Okay,
Sarge, I heard you talk.
Hate their country.
Okay, Sarge, I heard you talk. So what, Sarge? Wait a minute, hold on.
Listen, that punk bastard.
Okay, Sarge was just.
You start cutting me off real quick.
Okay, shut the fuck up. Listen, Sarge told a half truth about the airborne troopers. Black men, black people, black soldiers were put in those type of fucking fast deployment, fucking drop-in units because they was fucking cannon fodder. That's what the fuck they were. Okay, shut the fuck up. It's an all-volunteer military, motherfucker. So, okay.
You had to volunteer to be airborne.
You know what? I can't do this.
Sorry. You ought to stop lying.
I'm not lying. You're the one lying.
You can't be in a paratroop unit without volunteering for jump school.
Okay, whatever.
Even today.
Okay, so wait a minute, hold on. With jump school, right? They offer you incentives for joining, for being a paratrooper too. So if you are a black guy and you need money, you join the army to be money, you're gonna go the route that offer you fucking money. And they give you hazardous duty pay, and not hazardous duty, but they give you danger pay for joining airborne. Shut the fuck up. You ain't telling them this, motherfucker. So there's a reason.
You don't let me, you stop me before I can finish.
Okay, so shut the fuck up. So I'm going to mute you. You cut me.
You cut motherfucker OC babble on till Tuesday.
You cut me off again. I'm going to mute you now. I'm telling you.
You will.
Okay, so shut the fuck up. So you get incentives for joining these airborne and air assault. And sometimes you can get incentives for some field artillery jobs. It's all of these combat armed jobs. Some of them offer you bonuses or incentives for being a certain type of unit. So whenever you volunteer to put yourself in more danger, the Army will try to give you an incentive, a monetary incentive to do so. So that doesn't necessarily mean that the black people was patriots. They needed the goddamn money.
I want you to think about young black men in 1965. They ain't no different then than they are now in many respects. They like swag.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
Yeah,
they like
them niggas was trying to get accepted.
Yeah, it was an extra $55 a month
they was
to go to jump school. And remember, $55 a month back then was $350-something today. And not only that, you got to wear your jump boots blouse, and you had the airborne wings, and you had the airborne cap with the glider badge on it. And that's why a lot of black men say, if I gotta be in the army, I'd like to have a little swag too.
Okay, hold on. So he just.
A whole lot of other things.
He
yeah,
just
I gotta ask a
all
question,
blackberries.
Tyrone.
okay. He just
They're all
wait a minute. Hold on, Big OC.
You
Hold on, Big.
gotta learn something before you open this stupid mouth.
Hold on, Big OC. Listen, well, he just told a half truth too about jump school, right? So you do get incentive for going to jump school, right? But if you get assigned to an airborne unit and you are stationed there, you get an incentive like danger pay for being at that duty assignment. So that's extra money. It's not no damn $55 either. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. But go ahead, Elisa.
Tyrone.
When I went to school, that's what it was, and you didn't get no hazardous pay. You got combat duty pay if you're in a combat zone. It was $55 for being on jump status. That means you had to be currently qualified on jump status with a qualifying jump.
So do they give the 82nd Airborne danger pay or hazardous pay?
What they do now? I ain't been in jump. Last jump I made was in 1970.
So clearly you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
What they do now?
Okay, you don't know what you're talking about. Go ahead, Elisa.
Yeah, what I wanted to ask, as far as is because the men from that era are different from the men now. They are. The black men, I can't say that for the white. I speak for my own people. Would you say, like, if you have a lot of, because I go back further than SARS, my grandfather knows when they were what do you call it? War was going on, so it wasn't enlisted. They were
Drafted.
what do you call it?
Drafted.
Yeah, they were drafted. Okay, so it was different. But Tyrone, I will ask you, during your era of the military, were like a lot of these young black guys, were they, because they're different, they were different in your era and they're different now. But were they all Yahoo about jumping out of plane and hazardous pay and all, or were they, did you see that?
Well,
or were they just looking for something comfortable?
Well, you're talking about unit morale, right? So if you join a unit, then you're gonna have to put on that persona of being hoorah and all that kind of stuff, right? But if you peel away all the dang on layers and see why those people joined the unit, I think it mainly was for economic reasons and the extra money.
Yeah,
that's what I think it was.
Then and probably during your era, probably more so during Sarge's era. Because during your era, there were more opportunities outside the military and just, hazard pay. So that's what I was asking. Because I can go back. Like, say, take like my ex, when he went in the military. Well, he was a college graduate. He didn't go in for any of that. He went in for, he would have to tell you that's his truth. That's his story to tell. But he didn't go for any of that. The reason he went into the Navy.
The reason I can speak on airborne is because I went down to Fort Gordon for airborne training and jumped out of a tower and hurt my knee, so I was disqualified because you're supposed to be able to recover within like a week or so you can do your jumps. So I didn't make it through airborne school because of my knee, but I did get assigned to Fort Campbell at air assault. The air assault units where they repel out of helicopters. There you get danger pay and hazard pay. So, I mean, it was a good deal for me. So that's why I was looking for airborne, was because of the goddamn money, and I was looking for air assault because of the damn money. So that's what it was for me. So I don't know.
So for some people, what you say is, for some people, it's more of a desperate, I don't want to, other than the hoorah, as you said, it's for some, is it more of the desperation, or you have to put on a persona? I get that. But was it more for the desperation for money for some?
Yeah, because you want to take care of your family.
Or patriotism. What would you put it on?
I would say economics.
Desperation, patriotism.
I would say economics, because some people have families. Okay. Some people have families, right? And then that may not have been their incentives. Some people might have bought a brand new goddamn Camaro. Some people might, want a house. So they know that there's a route to get that thing that they want, and the military is going to pay them to do that. Even when conflicts come up, you get extra money for going to conflicts. So people seem like they want to go to conflicts, but you're going to get that extra money. It's dangerous, blah, blah, blah. but you're gonna get extra money, so you'll be able to take care of your family, or buy that thing that you want, or get that house that you want. You're gonna get all that extra money. So I don't. I mean, patriotism exists, right? I love being in the military. I love America and all that kind of stuff. But that came second to me. All that stuff about going out dying for your country, I never seen it like that. I told myself in basic training that I was there to kill other people for my country, and that was my mindset. You know, all that dying for your country shit just didn't sit right with me. So that just didn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I can say that about my ex. He didn't go in. He said he did not go in there to die for his country or patriotism. He went in there to get specific training. It had nothing to do with patriotism and dying for no damn country. So I can say that.
Yeah, you know that because them niggas signed up for 4 years.
It's like I said. Everybody goes for different reasons.
They don't do
but
it,
ain't too many
let me
people
get in there real quick,
volunteer for aerosols and airborne if they ain't got some inkling that they're about ready to go where they're more likely to die than others.
Get in there, I'm gonna keep on going.
It just ain't gonna happen.
That is not true, Sarge. Listen, I joined those units, right, hoping to not get in a conflict. I wanted to pay, so that's what the fuck I did.
That don't make no sense.
That was me. I'm telling you.
People gonna get
It
deployed.
makes 100% sense. It makes 100% sense. Hey, Tyrone, the thing is, Tyrone, what year did you go in? Tyrone, what year did you go in?
Oh, 90-something, 1990-something.
So.
Did you have obligations when you went in?
What do you mean, like the tour duty? How long it was?
No, I mean personal family obligations when you went in.
Oh yeah, I had a daughter. When I came in, actually I had went to jail for child support, and I needed a job. You know, I won't about to go back. I won't about to go back to jail for no goddamn child support. So I joined the Army. I was able to make my damn child support. I took care of my daughter while I was in there and all that kind of stuff. And eventually I got married. So then I had a family. So that's how that worked for me.
But, hey Tyrone, can I say something?
What's good? I didn't even finish, but real quick.
Go ahead.
What you had, Tyrone, when you went in, because when you was going in, my dad was retiring, right?
Mm-hmm.
My uncles was retiring after being in 66, 67, 68 when they got drafted, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when I had my other cousins and shit joining, them niggas were sat down and told, okay, you gotta do this, you gotta do this, you gotta do that, kid. Then you're gonna get money here, then you're gonna get money, then you do this, do that, do that. They were able to get a blueprint.
Well, that's the same thing I did with my sister. I recruited my.
It wasn't just I'm a sign. I ain't got shit cracking.
Listen,
no, they had people to go back to let them know.
I hate to say this out loud, but I'm just because we're having this conversation. That's the exact same thing I did with my sister. I got a sister that is a year younger than me. She played basketball in high school and had fucked up knees, right? And I said, look, sis, what you need to do is join the Army. And if you join the Army for 180 fucking goddamn days, 6 months, you can get out on military disability and you be set for your rest of your life. Because that's all you need to stay in the Army for 6 months and you can get on military disability, right? So I recruited her and she joined. She went to basic. She made it through all of that kind of stuff, but she kind of liked it. So she stayed a full 4 years. But while she was in there, she did what I said. All of her high school knee injuries, she blamed on the goddamn military, and now she getting paid for the rest of her life. I mean, that's just what the fuck it is.
I don't mind that. I don't mind that.
Hey, I was just gonna say two things. One is what Sarge was talking about back in the 60s and 70s when black people was joining and how they wanted to, join the elite and all that kind of stuff. You might find some of that, but I think more or less it was, you coming out of segregation. So the number one, I think economics was a big part. But as far as joining the elite groups and stuff, I don't believe any black folks are joining like ready to go fight some other people. There's like fuck it and shit. These white boys can't show me nothing. Whatever they can do, I can do.
But
so
see,
it's more or less wide open.
From Sarge's angle, I get what Sarge is saying because once those black troops was in those units, you had to put on that facade of being patriot, being rah, being hua, and since they're black men, they probably talk the most shit of anybody. You see what I'm saying? So it
I
looked
see
like,
what you're saying, but they coming out of segregation. So, it's like, fuck y'all white motherfuckers.
yeah,
I can do anything you can do, that kind of thing.
yeah.
It's
I agree
kind of
with you.
similar
I
what
agree.
we're
I agree
talking
with you.
about.
Yeah, two things can
And
be
then the
true.
other thing is about what's going on recently. Like, did you mention how you joined because you needed to pay child support or something? I joined because I was fucking lazy and not doing anything. I mean, I was paying my bills and all stuff, but I knew I needed to get some shit going. So, you know that much what it has to offer as far as to pay for your education. And, hopefully you can learn a trade. And I always wanted to travel. So, all of that aside, it's a pretty good community. I wouldn't want to join at any time in recent time. These people going crazy with these wars and shit.
Yeah.
And, if you join, the chance of you going to war is probably like 10% or some shit, depending on what you're doing. But still, I don't know. Shit is crazy now.
Well, I understand Sarge's perspective because, and Sarge, I'm not trying to be mean or nothing, but you kind of got the ideology of the white man, and they are patriots, and they are patriots, and you pick up the rhetoric of those people, and then you think that everybody else around you is like that, but everybody around you ain't like that, brother.
I think we can safely say then that there are a myriad of reasons a black man would join an outfit that is likely to put him in hazardous pay. So I think we can conclude reasonably that it isn't any one thing, as you people are completely trying to do, any more than I am.
I'm not taking it off the table.
There are numerous reasons as to why a black man would join a combat unit that is likely to get him killed.
I'm not taking it off the table.
I think I have successfully dealt with that equation.
Well, no, I've seen plenty of black gun-hole soldiers. I've seen plenty.
Can I ramble a little bit, please?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Let me ramble a little bit. All right, now what do you think a black soldier in an African army who is a patriot, and I got to admit, most of them are more tribal than they are nation-state patriotic, but there are some who believe whatever nation in the army of they have a patriotic loyalty to, and you think it is utterly inconceivable that a United States black man can have a similar loyalty to the army of his own nation? That just is off the table. Hell no, I don't believe that anymore. Then every one of them believes that.
That's bullshit.
Hey,
I don't know about that.
Go to hell, you bitch! And until you go in the military and get out of it, you let me know your experience.
Are those Africans getting oppressed by their people? Is there somebody oppressing them?
Can't stand that nigga.
Is there somebody oppressing them?
Fucking nigga.
You brought up some Africans like there's some
You
white
need to
folks
go
over there
some
oppressing.
goddamn well else here because you don't deserve this country. Fuck you.
I don't
Hey, Tyrone, just real quick.
I deserve all of it.
Just real quick to Sarge, this stuff about Israel. I don't know what it is, man, why you defending these people, and I know you all Mr. Military and all that shit.
You're acting like Israel is different than any other state, and I object to that.
They are damn sure straight different than any other state.
It is like all the others.
No, they are not.
Wait a minute. When it comes to defending their interests, it's like any other state. I don't trust the Israelis. I keep telling you that. You don't believe me, do you?
No, hold on, wait a minute. What you just said as far as they like everybody else, they want to defend their interests. Okay, I accept that. Everybody wants to defend their interests. But it doesn't stop there. These motherfuckers are infiltrating there like parasites, going everywhere they go, they take over. And that's the Epstein shit. They do all kinds of shit to get control. And that's what they're doing with us. And you don't want to see that for whatever reason. I don't get that.
Everything. You think I don't. You keep telling me I don't.
No,
and
you keep arguing against me.
I am telling you the Israelis are less parasitic than the fucking Europeans we're allied with. They provide us with more things that are useful than Britain or fucking Denmark or any of them other NATO countries that don't do a goddamn thing and won't even pony up the money they owe to NATO.
I don't even believe that.
I think
all they are is parasites. Everything they get is from us. Everything they get is from us.
Iron Dome for the Israelis.
Everything we get.
About the Patriot missile.
Hold on. Everything they got is from us. Everything. Hold on. Everything that they got came from us.
The question is, do they have nukes? Do they have nukes?
No, it didn't. They gave us much of the technology.
They got them from us, Pico.
The development of the technology was Israeli.
Ask Sergeant they have them.
They steal all that shit, man.
The technology was in Israeli laboratories.
That's the media
Sorry,
promoting
you got
them like they're so special and smart, smarter than everybody else. They're just thieves.
How do you
They're just
prove the
thieves.
assertion that you just made?
How do you prove the assertion that you
Because I
made?
can tell you where it came from and give you the history of it. I studied it.
Yeah, just like you studied the thing about the birth of Israel, and you kept talking about that Pico Sykes thing.
Me?
Well, I'll tell you what, we can't do that here.
About trophy. Do you know what trophy is?
Trophy?
Yeah.
You said trophy?
It's an
No, I don't know what that is.
armor protection system that the Israelis developed. We're putting it on our M1A1 Abrams tanks right now. It came from the Israelis. It didn't come from us.
Let me say this, Sarge. Hold on. Just like with the thing with the birth of Israel, you pick the information that kind of counters the information that Tyrone came up with, that I came up with the Balfour Agreement. But hold on, wait a minute. Yeah, so you picked the stuff to counter. It's like to defend Israel. And I'm saying, you just mentioned the trophy. Hold on. I mean, I'm going to shut up and get off so you can finish. But just like you gave us this information just now, I'm sure when I go back and I look into it, there'll be more information that you left out that points to something else. Yeah, I will. I'll talk about it on Saturday's show.
I can't wait, because I'm very familiar with trophy. And look, I want to keep the historical truth straight. History is history, and much of it is history until you find other facts that contradict it or add to it. And it is well known about the partition of Palestine. The partition of Palestine is a well-known story. There's not many secrets, not anymore. There was a vote in the UN to make a two-state solution. That is a fact. That's not my opinion. It is a fact that the Arab leaders rejected the creation of Palestine if it meant the creation of Israel too. So they went to war and they lost.
I believe you're lying.
That is a fact. That's not an opinion.
No, you're twisting it.
Nigga, go to hell. You're just ignorant. You're an ignorant motherfucker with nothing to contribute.
That's Fox News talking.
You don't like it, so therefore it's untrue because you just don't like it.
No, the problem is that there's things called Jewish historians that disagree with you. Why do they disagree with you, Sarge?
The UN is not Jewish. They got a record of the vote, fool.
You're not.
There were 79 nations that voted on the partition of Israel. They got a 2/3 majority. Are all of them controlled by the fucking Zionists?
Is our government is controlled by them? Is AIPAC controlling our government?
No, they influence it though.
Okay, all right. Well, there you go, right there. And that's fine. We can leave it there. You don't believe that that's control. You said it's influence, but it's not control. I think different.
It's not control. Because right now the Israelis are not having their own way with Iran. They're not getting everything they want Trump to do.
Look, nobody said these people were gods. They're gonna make everything happen.
ABC, it is control. Because with the influence of AIPAC and the Zionists, we deployed our military in a manner that we've never deployed them before.
Thank you.
So that's control.
Exactly.
Wait a minute. So, in other words, you don't believe Trump had his own designs on Iran. You believe it's 100% what Israel wants to do.
If he did, now is not the time.
Do you believe that? Do you believe everything we're doing in Iran is 100% as the marionette of Netanyahu pulling our strings?
Let me respond to that.
Let's talk about the war.
Let me respond to that.
Hold on, real quick.
Go ahead.
What Trump plan was supposed to be over in 3 weeks. So anything after that, it's somebody else's plan.
There you go.
Well, and then let me answer behind Big OC. The answer is yes, because there is no benefit for America to be attacking Iran. There's only negative results from it with the higher oil prices and the agreement, the nuclear enrichment over there in Iran that they're continuing to do. So yeah, it's for the benefit of Israel that the United States is involved, because there's nothing in it for us. They keep putting out this talking point about Iran never having a nuclear weapon, but that's just that's just shit for you to repeat. That's just not even possible, because Iran doing whatever the fuck they want to do. So
Yeah, ABC. I'm gonna throw you a bone, ABC. You know, so yeah, I'm gonna throw you a bone, ABC. So take this. So take this for what it's worth. Go back to Trump's latest speech, where he accuses China of all this election interfering, and replace the word China with Israel.
I'm glad you brought that speech up.
You're right.
I'm glad you brought that speech up, Joe.
Desire to influence our election is out in the open.
Okay,
The Chinese did it with the hardware they developed in Beijing.
Hold on, you mean? Hold on, Sarge. You mean the hardware chips that we
Everything
sent
they
them?
did was surreptitious. The Israelis are pretty much above and beyond, above board on how they want to influence our
Above board. Now you full of shit, son. Come on, man.
Okay.
The Chinese did it with the AI chips we sold them? Yeah.
In no uncertain terms that they think our security is tied up with theirs.
All right.
I don't believe that.
Well, so let me just say this right here, because Sarge is 100% wrong, because with that speech that Trump gave, this is what Sarge predicted it was going to say, and you was wrong.
I got the evidence, man.
Listen.
I got the election officials in Fulton County saying that they screwed up and they counted ballots that were not legal under Georgia election law.
You already went over this, man.
Wait a minute, you mean to tell me I changed my mind? I don't need to make anything up.
So you said Trump is going to announce it Thursday night. What is he going to announce Thursday night?
He's going to announce, he's going to release classified information held by the Director of National Intelligence and the CIA about election fraud. He's going to say that Ossoff and Warnock were illegitimately elected in Georgia, and he's going to give the evidence supporting it.
And where did
He's going to also announce the evidence of foreign election interference that could have been outcome determinative in several states. He's going to announce that the Dominion voting machines are in fact accessible to the internet, despite the fact that Dominion told us that they weren't, but the CEO, a guy named Chris Krebs, said under oath that they were in fact able to be remotely hacked.
And where did you get this information that Trump is going to release this? What is your source?
Oh, I've been reading it all week.
An email.
We done got algorithm again.
What's your source, Sarge? Give me your source for this.
Mathematically precise numbers by which both Warnock and Ossoff won in 2024. It's ridiculous.
No.
Looks like the numbers were almost precise.
Did you get a source?
You have a website.
Did you give us a source or not? Then I'll stop recording. I just want the
I don't need to give you a source. You just watch President Trump tomorrow. You'll get it from him.
Now with Sarge's prediction, no mention of shut the fuck up, nigga. Shut up. No, shut the fuck up. Shut up, nigga. No mention of shut the fuck up.
I got one thing wrong.
No mention of China, and nothing that Sarge said is what. Shut the fuck up. This is why you can't listen.
Goddamn you to hell.
This is why you can't listen to the.
Read them, because one thing, you're illiterate, and number two, it'll put the lie to what you're saying right now.
Oh, well, shut the fuck up. This is why you can't listen to this. Oh, God. Nigga, I just played the evidence.
He didn't mention Warnock and Ossoff. Everything else he either said in the speech.
Okay, he did not. He did not. You're lying. You're lying. You're lying.
I have read them.
Okay, this is why you can't listen to Sarge. Shut the fuck up. This is why you can't listen to Sarge, because he didn't predict one instance of China. He didn't mention China and
mention China. You're full of shit.
No, you didn't mention China. You didn't mention China.
Mention it in the speech.
Okay, listen. I got to do this so I can get it out. The only point that I'm trying to make is this is why you can't listen to Sarge.
It's the files that he released.
Okay, so listen. Let me. I hung up on somebody. I'm sorry.
It's not even
okay,
funny.
I got to get this out, so I want to mute you for a second. This is why you can't listen to Sarge, right? is because when Sarge predicted what Donald Trump was going to say with all this inside information that he had about the goddamn speech, Sarge didn't miss in one instance of goddamn China, and Donald Trump didn't mention the Georgia election in that goddamn speech. So Sarge do not know what the fuck he's talking about ever. But he was 100% sure when he was talking to Howard and Mama's boy what his fucking massa was going to say on Thursday. That's all I had to say, Sarge. So your line back open.
I was wrong about one thing, you stupid motherfucker. I was right about everything else.
No, sir. No. No bueno, sir.
Let's have this
No
debate,
bueno.
because I'm going to kick you to the goddamn curb, you piece of shit. Let's get it on, nigga.
Listen, Sarge.
I got the files right in front of me.
Sarge, listen to me, brother. I honestly speaking, you're son, listen to what I'm saying. You're arguing with yourself.
Let me at that motherfucker Joe.
Sarge, you're arguing with yourself. You're not
I ain't
arguing
arguing
with me.
with nobody but that motherfucker Joe.
Look, I have not cursed at you, sir.
I want to get his ass.
I have not cursed at you, sir. So please refrain from language.
Q&A session is over. All participants are unmuted.
Get it on.
Yeah, please refrain from language. My Christian ways don't allow me to speak to heathen.
Let's have an honest debate.
Sure, any day of the week, bro. I'll smoke you.
But you don't want an honest debate. You want to talk to your fucking peanut gallery.
No, I'm talking to you, sir. If you the peanut gallery, you must be the head peanut.
Peanut gallery I need. I'll take every one of you niggas and beat you all individually.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. So back to
talking, nigga. Get the fuck on. I say
back to ABC for a second.
A proven case by those DNI files that China was instrumental in affecting the 2020 election. I say that the election in Fulton County was stolen, and now it has all been but proven. I say to you that vending machines are a direct descendant of the machines that Maduro used in Venezuela to effect this first referendum recall election there, and they developed it and evolved it and then sold it around the world.
Okay, so
I say all of that, and I believe I can prove it.
Okay, Sarge, let me ask you this right here.
Real quick, Tyrone. Is he saying Maduro got elected in the U.S.? Well, damn, those are some damn good machines.
Okay, hold on, Sarge. Let me ask you this right here. Shut up, nigga.
Chavez.
Okay, listen, Sarge. After the Trump speech, right? Did you go download the documents?
Yes, that's what I want to argue about, because I got them.
Okay, so what did you see when you downloaded the documents?
It detailed the 4 avenues and the 4 vectors by which the election was affected in 2024.
Mm-hmm.
Here are the 4 vectors. Number 1.
No, I don't want to hear that. I just wanted to know what you seen.
Nigga, you stop me when I'm about to get some fucking facts. I can't stand you niggas.
Okay, so what I did.
Let that motherfucker OC just ramble all fucking night.
So I'm asking you, when you downloaded the documents, was the majority of it redacted?
Some of it is, and it has to be because of ongoing investigation.
No. None of the stuff that you've seen in those documents, because the majority of the shit.
Liar, and I'm ready to debate.
Download the documents. Y'all, listen.
And I'm ready to debate.
Listen, y'all. Go download the documents and you'll see that all of it. Shut the fuck up.
Sufficient to disprove the allegations.
Okay, Sarge. All that shit was redacted. Now listen. What?
You're a goddamn liar.
Okay.
That's why you don't want to debate me, nigga.
I don't want to yell, man.
You don't do this shit.
I just don't want to.
Snide shit you pull it off.
Okay, it's snide.
Debate me and I'll make you look like a fool.
I agree with you. It is snide. But what
you debate me and I'll make you look like a fool.
Why would I debate
Well,
you?
you'd be a fool to debate you.
Yeah, you're damn right. You're going to get your ass whooped.
Okay, well, I guess I can't.
Yeah, you keep believing that one, sir.
See, all you're going to do is just make assertions, and therefore it is so. Because everybody believes, everybody here agrees with you. So therefore it must be true. Just dare you.
Yeah, the assertions that I make are backed by science,
As a
sir.
matter of fact,
Yeah, that science is a motherfucker, ain't it?
I will ask you to come on it. I will cut it with you. We will have 3-minute rounds, and we will debate this motherfucker through and through.
Yeah, like you were saying that the packets,
You
had election packets being routed to Spain and Italy.
That that goes
like
for
you
you
said
too,
that,
Mr.
like
Ned
you said,
Crone. If you want to show up,
the truck,
you got the
the truck with the
invitation,
ballots
and the
that
invitation is
somebody
open.
drove off with. Oh man, I mean the list goes on and on, bro.
Want to
Like
let
you've
me
been
know.
predicting the fall of
Yeah,
Ukraine
change
for the
the subject,
longest.
move
You
the
know, dude, you've
goalposts
been
around,
wrong.
because you know
You've
you're
been
going
wrong
to
so
lose
much.
this one, and
Yeah,
so do
you've
your
been wrong so much.
Democrats.
I've made
That's
money
why
off
they
of
don't
you.
want to pass the SAVE Act.
No, you said that 70% of Democrats want the SAVE Act, and that is definitely not true.
Agree
That
with
is not
passing
true.
the
That
SAVE
is a
Act.
lie, sir.
Now, I'll tell you one
That is a
thing,
lie.
they damn sure will agree with voter ID.
They agree to a different
Yeah,
sort
they
of
agree
voter
with voter
ID
ID.
than what
That's
you're
right. They agree
proposing.
with it. How would you
Again,
show you
you're
a
lying, sir.
to vote in
I
a
don't know why
federal
you have to
election?
lie.
Now, if you say
Does it
otherwise,
feel good?
I'm going to get
Does it
the
make you feel
goddamn
good when
polls
you
and show
lie?
you.
Does it make you feel superior when you lie? I mean, is that the
See,
reason
nigga,
why you
stop
do it?
red herring me, motherfucker, and bring some facts to the table.
I mean, does it make you feel like you're a strong man when you lie like this?
You just want to change the
I mean,
fucking subject.
I just want to know. I mean, I'm just curious because you do it all the time. Does it make you feel good?
No, this is the shit you do all the time. Change the fucking subject because you can't prevail with me on the subject.
No, I am talking about the subject that you are a liar.
No,
so
you're
I'm
not.
wondering, does it really make you feel
Yeah, I'm
strong?
gonna cut you out. You dirty, no good, low down, sucking bastard. You're talking about me. You're not talking about the subject.
You stand in the mirror.
The fucking birth
You
certificate.
stand in the mirror and do your cleans and poses. You say, "I feel good."
Yeah, that make you feel better than, well, look at that star. You took a vacation just to get a birth certificate. They knew they were going to let. What a dummy he is. Fuck you, nigga. I ain't playing your goddamn stupid games.
Dude, you went to the hospital, not me.
I took a vacation wherein I took a side trip to the hospital. You better get it right.
And you don't feel any weirdness about that?
Not a bit, because my answers were satisfied. The questions I wanted to ask were satisfied. They didn't have a birth certificate for him. By their actions, they didn't have a plaque in the fucking lobby.
And so you didn't think that that's abnormal or unusual?
Well, wait,
that's
the
normal
first
behavior for
president
you.
of the United States, remember, the first president of the United States who was even born in a hospital was Jimmy Carter. And here the first black president has announced on White House stationery that he is grateful to the doctors and medical personnel of Kapiolani Hospital for birthing him and treating his mother so well. He said it on White House stationery publicly. And so I go to that very hospital after he wrote this letter.
You didn't go to Jimmy Carter's.
Not even a goddamn plaque in the lobby.
You didn't go to Jimmy Carter's hospital.
Curious.
You didn't go to Bill Clinton's hospital.
Huh? Nigga, you full of shit. I'm through with you. I got nothing to say to you till you accept my challenge to a debate.
You didn't go to any other president's hospital but Obama. You don't consider that unusual? You don't consider that weird, huh?
I say accept my challenge, yes or no?
Are you going to bring your knee pads?
Fucking good night.
Well, I just hope he brings his knee pads because there's going to be a whole lot of dick sucking going on.
Let's go ahead and get to the how many minutes per round, Sarge? Do you need? And how many rounds?
Look, Anthony, he's a punk and a coward. He won't accept my challenge. Fuck him. He's not interested.
All right, well, listen, guys. Y'all can go ahead and continue to talk. YouTube won't get ready to shut y'all down. I got to get the hell out of here. I appreciate everybody for calling in. Thank y'all, and enjoyed the conversation. So I'll holler at y'all later.
Yeah, we'll get that GoFundMe going so you can go to Mitch McConnell's hospital and